Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another week of D&D, where people make bad
Tanked.
decisions. Yeah, that's a word. We can say that.
I've never made a bad decision, not once.
No, you're
Never
kicking math
never
into
have I
Kenway.
ever.
Yeah. So
You ever play that game? I'm just losing all my fingers.
we are back again. We are going to be going on an adventure this evening, and we'll see how tonight goes. People will laugh, people will cry, people will die. Maybe, possibly, most likely.
Not gonna cry.
It's a day really
You're not
worthwhile
gonna get
if
any
everybody
fucking
comes out of it
tears out
alive.
of me.
Yeah.
So this week we have the wonderful Reina M doing the recap.
That's
No, it's B.
That's
B's
sorry.
turn.
I had children, swarms of children around me today. B, hit that track.
All right. Can you stall for like a minute while I try and fix my Discord so I don't have to key up?
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. Guess what? If you're new here, what you should do, hang out, pop some popcorn, get your favorite beverage, kick your feet up, because we're about to go on an amazing adventure into chaos and just tomfoolery. A bevy of shenanigans. We are a crew of clusterfucks. So, like, if you're into that, we got you covered. Was that long enough?
Yep, we're good. Sorry, thank you for that.
Cry
Anyways.
every time.
All right, here we go. We started our session coming hot off of the heist, breaking into the house and rescuing the individual that was being tortured. So at the start of our session, we were at Simon's basement, and for the most part, we were chilling. And we asked Kenway a few questions, who was the captive at the drug house. He said he worked for the wardens, that he was the runner. He grew up in Lowshore, and he happens to know Rylan, Rat, or as these assholes call Stoat State.
Yeah.
And then Miss Findus, hearing us, decides to make us breakfast at 3 a.m. What a thoughtful, wonderful woman. We learn that she's mildly racist. And she and she seems to fuck off completely as long as you give her money. So Compton paid for 2 months' rent to Miss Findus, and she fucked off. We also learned some great things about Raina, Stoat, and Compton. Raina smells like thunderstorms, or like the coming of, and Compton smells good and then kind of not good afterwards. Can't remember the actual term.
Yeah, he has a good aroma, but then like a bad aftertaste at the end.
Yeah.
Displeasing.
Stoat just smells like death overall. Moving on. Compton, Raina, and Stoat decide to leave for the night, leaving Simon with Kenway. As we are heading back to the Hall of Wonders, we bump into a guard who asks us if we had seen the Rainbow Bandit. And he shows us a picture of Kenway. We exchange our names. We learn that he is... so I forgot to put this part on there. The note that Raina had gotten off the guard showed off the paid-off guards. And sure enough, the guy we ran into was a paid-off guard looking for the Rainbow Bandit that was Kenway, apparently. We gave him some whiskey. So we thought, we're in good graces. We're not. In the morning, Simon and Kenway are just chilling. They're waiting for us to come back. Compton just kind of preparing for his class. Raina and Stoat head out to go to see Simon. And Compton messages Risto? Telling him, like, we need you to do a pickup at Simon's place. We got somebody who needs to be moved. Excuse me. As Raina and Stoat are leaving, they hardly get very far when they notice that there's someone following us. Raina approaches them. The guy kind of waves her off, but still seems to follow. So we end up heading straight back to Compton, and we let him know. Well, Compton, being the wonderful dad man that he is, stomps straight up to this gentleman, who self-proclaims himself as a creep. Compton notices that his eyes are following Raina, even when you wouldn't have known Raina was there, and discerns that there's a type of magic on her. So he dispels that, and they get in a little bit of a tough. Raina gets away and was able to go to Simon's place. and Compton loses his grip on the creep as he misty steps away. Luckily, Stoat's perceptive enough and was able to keep eyes on him, and she follows him into the alleys. Go back to Simon, and he's currently waiting for us and keeping himself busy by working on a formula for his whiskey flask. Him and Kenway talk about math, algebra, and go over a whole bunch of stuff. This shenanigan gives Simon an inn at the Trickster and Chain. He's told to go meet a Tibbet Shaw in Lowshore and to go to the Trickster and Chain and use the password Deals of Delight. Back to Stoat. Stoat had followed the individual, and she starts to eavesdrop on him meeting up with another individual who she gets a look at. He happens to be some kind of hunter. He's got traps and flasks and things like that. The only thing she really happens to get off it is that, yes, the guards are sus of us. They know us. They seem to be aware of us. And that there's something to do with Badger. The creep is told to get back out there and follow those girls and figure out where they're going. So he leaves, and Stoat jumps him, stabs him, tries to get away. She kills him. And he starts screaming for the guards. Stoat goes onto the roofs and becomes the Rainbow Bandit once again. Just barely getting out of their line of sight of the guards as she travels across the roofs, putting on a nightgown to perfectly disguise herself. Back to Compton. Compton's just chilling. He's like, well, I got a class to teach. And as he's preparing, his book manifests as a floating sigils. And we meet Bellis. Now, Compton, also feeling powerful today, erects an even bigger tower in front of a bunch of young kids. Very happy.
I love you about that. The way you said that. I think you planned it, and it's so good. That's all.
Okay, Sinwell comes back. And he says, hey, can you leave that tower up tomorrow? I'm gonna, give a really good demonstration on what happens when you build this in a place where you shouldn't. And then Compton sort of asks him about, in general, he starts asking him, like, hey, can you see this book? Sure enough, yes, he could see the sigils, Bellis, and Compton ends up spending some time with Bellis and learning more about him. He can cast spells through him, he can use them as eyes and ears, communicate telepathically, all this other stuff. Wonderful. Raina, Simon, and Kenway. Raina finally makes it to Simon's place, and she gets Kenway to write a note going over, who are the 12 Whispers, what his role in the Warden thing was about, and then this new organization that's trying to replace them or uproot them, the Blood Barons. And Kenway gave us that note. And then Gordon arrives, who was the individual sent by Risto to pick up and transport Kenway away from the town so that he can get away safely, hopefully, as he puts him in an airtight box. Anyway, so Simon and Raina leave to go to the Hall of Wonder. We get to learn a little bit more about their comforts in the city. Raina's feeling uncomfortable in the city, and Simon talks about how he grew up in a small town, Seraph, and his father was a tinkerer, which made him interested in tinkering. We get a little nice moment as they go and meet up. So Simon, Compton, and Raina, they meet at the Hall of Wonders. And they go over kind of like what's happened. Like, we ran to this guard last night, and he wanted our names. And then there was this individual that was following the girls, and Stoat's fucked off that way. She should be here any time. Stoat doesn't come back. So Compton decides to send a message to Stoat. Meanwhile, Stoat has escaped the guard, and she had gone down to Lowshore, feeling unwell with what had happened and whatnot. She just wanted to be somewhere where she felt a little bit more blended in. And she was sitting in front of the tunnel when Fox comes through the hole. So Stoat follows him, or Fox walks up to the hole and Stoat follows him, and she eventually taps him on the shoulder and tells him that, hey, I want to see your friend Mole. So we leave with Fox escorting Stoat to the Fox and Hound to go and have dinner together. Not a date. But he has a sinister smile, so this is kind of fucked up. Grim. Oh, we got 3 smut books. Forgot.
Yeah, we did. Big print too. So they're not just 3 smut
Yeah,
books, they're
large
3
print.
fat smut books.
Stolen from an innocent old woman.
She's so glad we have them for that 10 gold I gave her.
All right. For great recap. That was awesome. That was a lot of notes. So, let me start up some music here. As we start the session, we will pick up where we left off with Stowe, walking towards the Fox and the Hound, with this individual. Well, let's not use this yet.
I was gonna say, way to fucking kick it off, man.
Here's the most ominous music.
Walking down the street with this red-headed individual. You pass through the gates and head down towards the dock ward. The streets are still busy and bustling, but lighter at this time of the day than when you all arrived back even just a couple of days ago with Greg. Individual walking a good head and above you in height, but keeping in pace, and whenever you either slow down or speed up, kind of follows in your pace, not setting it himself. Mostly following through the main streets, zigzagging through alleys when there are conjunctions that are a little too busy for his liking. Do you say anything? Do anything? You say anything as you travel with him, Stowe?
No, but I would be curious if she feels like, is he actually leading her somewhere?
You can roll me an insight check if you like.
That's a 9.
There are times when, like I said, he follows your pace, but he will stop you and point in the direction before you get a little too far ahead. So he seems to have a purpose of where he is going, and seems to know very well where he is going.
How long have we been walking?
I actually measured it. So at this point, you've been walking for about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
So it was like 4 o'clock. So at this point, it's like almost 6.
Yep, it's pretty much almost your meeting time. I'd say getting about 7:30, about 7 o'clock at this point.
Are we like getting there? Like, I'm really hungry.
Oh yeah, we'll be there. Probably no more than another 15, 20 minutes max. Sorry, it's a real nice spot. He wanted to show you a real good time.
She doesn't know to trust him, but at this point, like, she just wants to get to where they're going.
And as you keep walking through the streets, you head down, and all of a sudden you start to hear the loud clanging of steel on anvils, hearse being plumed, smoke arising. You seem to be in an area where a lot of manual labor is being done as the noise starts to be kicking up around, kind of almost drowning out the crowd a little bit. And as you pass through that area, just on the cusp of this almost commerce-like ward, you see this double-story building. Very nice wood paneling on the outside, a single door on the front with ornate filigree and a nice silverish handle. You notice that there are 2 front windows, but when you're approaching from the side, you see there are very few windows filling up the sides of the building. There's an alley to your left and to your right. And just off of the side, you see what looks like maybe a bakery of some sort. And another hearth, this one though not as loud, still kind of within the rhythm of the ward that was just directly behind you. And you see a sign hanging above the door, the fox and the hound. And it looks like a hound chasing a very tiny fox.
Is it? And we're walking straight up to this, right?
Yep, he's walking up to it, and then he'll go up to the door and grab the handle. He turns back to look at you.
Okay. Quick cursory glance, not taking time at this point. Does she see any symbols?
You can roll me investigation check.
Natural 20 for 25, I think. Is that my investigation? Yeah, 25.
Let me grab up my one folder. While I do that, the others. At this point, when they reach the Fox and Hound, you're just going to be approaching the gate to the dock ward. What are you all talking about or doing?
You know, really, it's kind of her fault that she's on these fucking wanted signs, right? Like climbing up on the fucking rooftops, that's one thing, right? I mean, okay, kids do that shit. Folks do it all the time. Wearing 12 cloaks because you're cold all the fucking time, that's a problem. We got to fix that shit.
It certainly makes her more noticeable.
Talk about bulk. She's as round as she is tall with that much, fucking fabric. There's warmer clothes. Like, there's wool. There's all kinds of shit we could stitch up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would wear, we could get her some furs or something.
No, a good poncho. You know what I mean? It's like all year round. You put the poncho on. You can put a hood on it.
I mean, I know I don't have a lot of poncho experience, but I would be concerned about like it's open on the sides.
Yeah, but it drapes, and then you just like you if you have to, you just tuck it like this, and then it's closed. Know what I mean?
If you're using your arms, like fight or something, it's just gonna.
But a cloak be open on the front. It's the same.
Up one arm and down the other.
So what you're telling me is we need a jacket.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's too constricted, and it takes too long to take off. There's all those buttons, and like there's a time and a place to be undoing buttons, but not when you're, It's just, yeah.
We'll figure something out. But I agree that probably shouldn't have so many cloaks on at the same time.
I just don't understand how she ain't burning up. It ain't like it is warm outside. We was walking around the other night. I didn't even have nothing on. It was fine.
Yeah.
I don't. Whatever.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to get hung up on this again, but it is her on the posters.
Yeah, okay. It was maybe once at one time. Like, okay, no, it was. It
yeah.
a loose,
I mean, at one
reflection
time it
of
was
her.
kind of, but they didn't know it was her, and then now it's someone totally different they're looking for. So
and to be fair, even though it was her on the posters, she wasn't doing the crimes, right? They just kind of associated her
kind of running on the roof.
Yeah, they were associating her rooftop shenanigans with like the stealing of folk. Which, I mean, you've seen her. She ain't stealing nobody. She just gonna stab a body and leave it, more like.
Okay, just so we're clear. Also, I understand that it's practical to look at mechanical solutions to this problem. What about less mechanical solutions?
Listening.
Magic. Is that words?
He just points at Compton like, yeah.
Well, sure. If you can magic her warm on a somewhat permanent basis, I'm sure that would help. I don't know if it would convince her to get rid of the cloaks because I'm not sure what the percentage is. What is the ratio of her wearing that cloak because it's those cloaks because it's warm, and her wearing them because she likes them.
Okay, so if we can keep this between us, I'd appreciate that. I have to imagine it's because they're warm, because after smelling them, I can't imagine she enjoys it.
She thinks
She
that
don't-
she smells fine.
Yeah, no, she's
Well,
nose blind to
Yeah.
everything.
It smells damp. Like
I don't understand how she
washed
tastes
them
food.
and didn't
No.
dry them.
Yeah, no, because that's just layered, right? She washed them and then just put
I
them
mean,
back on. So the
yeah, I
under
do-
ones never dried out. There's just they're connected by mildew, I assume.
Thinking of it, we have, had her take a bath before, but we were never in there to see what she does. She could just kind of submerge.
The whole thing.
Yeah. That
It's
could
a
be
wild
the problem.
situation entirely. I don't
Yeah.
understand it.
It can be. My point is, solutions can be found.
And while you are all walking and having this conversation on body odor that is Stoat, are you doing anything or just having a casual conversation as you walk through the gate through to the dock?
I'm going to look just like I know I can't see shit, but is anybody following us
You can roll your perception.
as we move around?
Yeah, I'd also like to every once in a while glance around to see if I could see that guy. Because, I mean, as far as we know, right, like she didn't. So left.
Did
and
not
then,
murder that
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Do you want us to both roll, Grim, or do you prefer that it's one person roll?
That's it. You guys haven't talked that you're doing that, so it'll be each a single roll.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys talk about it like assisting someone in doing that way, like in RP, then you can definitely do it with advantage, but it'll both be a singular for this.
11.
I got a modified 20.
Modified 20 on there. You don't know if anyone's following you. Compton, you don't notice anything. Things are distracting you. Maybe the high of what you did today teaching the class, or just being generally worried about Stoat. You're distracted.
Are there pretty people around? Because that's distracting.
Not
two
too
right
many
next
on
to you.
here, but there would be one or two that it may catch your eye as you walk
Okay.
through.
Yeah, what are we, chopped liver?
No. I mean, look, guys. Window shopping is fine. Stop it.
Reina, because you guys haven't been looking for things this whole time that you've been within Shaw Garden, you look around and you don't see that individual who's been following. But, oddly, once or twice, someone catches your eye. It's not a person in particular, but it's more you see every once in a while the symbol they have on their tabard flashes. And you see that symbol, Neandrus, from the Church of Exponential Knowledge. You see one disappears in the crowd and keeps going. But then not even 10, 15 minutes later, you see another down in the dock ward. And this whole time you've been traveling, you've seen them traveling throughout the city, but it just is a very odd coincidence that in this such short a time, you see two members of that church.
Right,
And
and
a
it's
small pan.
really
and-
far away from
exactly.
the church, yeah. Okay.
Either it's because you become more paranoid since the encounter with that one individual, or maybe you're just you're starting to adapt to the city around you. But have they been following you this whole time? Is this just a random occurrence? Who knows?
This is a player question.
Yep.
Nataldian and Neandrus are distinctly different. I'm
Yes.
not making this up in my brain. Thank
No,
you.
100%.
Okay.
Nataldian is the goddess of the sea and the ocean.
Cragsfolk.
Yep, Neandrus is the god of chaos and magic.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
The library lady.
Library.
You see that.
Yeah.
And we will move back over to Stoat. Stoat, as you're just doing a quick glance, high kind of nestled in the top of the head of the doorframe, you'll see... Can I get them? Yeah, you'll see these. You see these two? Let me know when you have them written down. They'll move up.
Okay. Yep. I got him.
See these two?
Okay.
And you see these two.
Oh my god. Okay.
Good.
Just a quick little moment. Sorry, I'm just checking my notes over what I have because I
No problem.
recognize at least 2 or 3 of them. And then there's others. Okay, all right. Okay. Stoat feels so one of them that she sees, the 3 squares, she knows means secured location.
Yep.
Which kind of makes her feel a little more reassured, like this place is going to be watched, and maybe business doesn't actually happen here. So she's gonna walk in that door with him if he's opening it for her.
He opens the door, and do you follow? Do you choose to wait and for him to go in first, or do you go in first?
When he opens the door, can she see R? Can she see Mole?
You can roll me a perception check. At this point, though, you're going to do it at disadvantage because when you open the door, you see that there are many dividers lining this bar, and it is very low lit. Switch over to sure. No, not that one.
You said perception?
Yep.
10.
10. You're looking in, and like I said, it's very dark. There's many dividers splitting up this building. It's hard to tell if anybody is in here. You do hear 1 or 2 murmurings far off in the distance. There's definitely people in here. It's just hard to see anybody.
She doesn't walk in first. She waits for him to walk in.
He'll walk in.
Okay. She takes a look behind her. Can she see her friends coming?
No.
My friends isn't. I'm supposed to wait for my friends.
Well, this is... If your friends know where we're going, shouldn't be long. We can come in and have a drink. It's not like we're going anywhere after this.
She's gonna be stubborn. No, I'm gonna wait here.
I really suggest that you come inside and have at least 2 drinks with me. I need you to make me... And remember what type of saving throw this is. I need you to make me... I haven't used this spell in so long because it feels so dirty whenever I do it. Wisdom saving throw, but because of what he is doing, you have to do it at disadvantage.
It's an 8 and a 15. 8 plus 1 is 9.
You feel this wave come over you, and you feel like it's a good idea. Come in and have at least 2 drinks.
Okay. Do they serve pumpkin?
Well, I think you'll find at least what we have on tap tonight very interesting. Hopefully to your taste.
All right.
Walk inside. Well, you have to walk inside.
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah.
You walk inside and you see that it is completely dead. Barren. Quiet. You hear the voices, and you hear 1 or 2 voices behind these divided curtains, but you don't see anybody. The lights are very well lit. You don't see anyone behind the bar. Currently just walking, you hear where the resounding sounds of the anvils being slammed, steel against steel, overall just working on the outside that almost muffle the streets around you. It seems to be almost muffled by the walls of this building. You can hear the footsteps of each of you walking down this long bar. I'm going to throw you over to a map.
It's just for seating arrangement, guys. Don't worry.
You see these large chandeliers, very lowly lit. Long table down the middle where it looks like it's been cleaned off. All the bowls seem to be well cleaned. Cups all askew. You see at the very other end, you see R sitting at the bar.
Nobody else in here, just these two.
Just these two.
Thought you said you had a lot of friends.
Oh, I have lots of friends. A couple here tonight. You know, a lot of them out and about in the city. Lots of friends. Some new, some old. Well, maybe we might have a new friend or two tonight. How's that sound?
She just him looks down at R. How's R looking from this distance?
You can see R. When you've met him the last time, he was very excitable, very overwhelmingly joyous to see you. He looks at you and he does like the and is like waving at you with this almost like half-heartedly awkward smile.
This part, you know, she doesn't see Mole. That's the whole point of being here.
Yep.
She just sees this freaking chuckle fuck at the end, so she just starts walking fast towards him, and she's intending to sit somewhere near him.
You can sit at any of the tables, or you can sit at the bar. And you see where all these little spots blanked out? You see these room dividers all set up. And you see these little cubbies where these tables are all behind, almost like little private booths all around.
And this is like a main table in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
And she's just gonna go and take a seat at the table then.
Alright.
She's gonna go this way though. And sit over here in this one. Do I do it?
Okay, you can move yourself there. When you sit down, Rat will come and sits down at the table beside you. And Fox walks past you all. You two have a little fun conversation. I'll go get the drinks. You see him disappear.
Wait, you work here?
Well, was a very special occasion. Our wonderful benefactor decided on such a special occasion to rent us out the entire bar for the evening. Your special treat.
She looks at Rat. Does he seem like he's hiding? Like, is he telling the truth? When she looks at Rat, can she see that he's trying to like?
You can see Rat, so like he's like this, kind of like looking down, kind of rubbing his hands together, looks up at you, and then like looks down at the table. It's really nice to see you again, Stoke. Very nice. And you can see like his face, his one eye is kind of like squinting, still open. You can see his jaw is like a little bit dislocated. He has bruises all over his face and like his body. You can assume that the person who got really messed up out of the two of them when they were in the hunt was probably him.
How much gold does your benefactor have to rent out a place like this?
I don't know that kind of stuff. I'm mostly the one who find things and kind of move around. Or people don't really notice me too much, you know, the height and all that stuff. Yeah. Kind of looks up at you. Like, you didn't notice me.
What?
When you came to visit our house, you didn't notice me.
Do you live in my tower?
No, down in Low Shore. You were sneaking around, and when I first met you at the festival, I'm not the smartest guy, and it took me a little while, but I finally placed where I saw you before. I think that's why I was trying to figure out where I seen you. Maybe I just thought you were just so beautiful, but then I remembered.
What? She's staring straight at him, and she doesn't know what house he's talking about, and so she's gonna be like, "It wasn't like the one in Loesch talk." From her pocket, she pulls out the symbol that Craig had given her of CDs. She kind of looks over. Is it is the other guy around?
He is not. He's still out back.
Do you know what this is?
You see, as soon as you put it on, he goes a big sigh of relief. Okay. Oh, good. This will go so much easier then. Good. You do. There was talks, and if you have that, we'll be fine. This will be fine.
She's nervous and rubbing it. Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah, and as long as you do it, and you hear as the back door opens, and you see Fox come out, holding 3 glasses. Puts one down in front of Rat, one down in front of you, and goes and takes up a seat, one away from you, and puts his glass down. As soon as he puts the glass down, he snaps his fingers, and that need to drink is gone. Well, here, like I said, special occasion. What have you and my brother here been talking about?
Stoat has the pendant in her hand, so he probably couldn't see it. I've been to your house.
Oh, I know. I
What?
know. That's why we invited you. So curious. So many questions. First, my brother here tells me that you visit our house. Then, when I was traversing through the tunnel, I find a city and dagger.
It's you that found me.
Or was that meant for someone else?
Give it back.
Alright. Takes it out, puts it out across the table, and gives it back to you. There you go. Small gift from, I hope, new friends.
She snatches it very quickly. Shoves it behind her hair, the back of her cloak. So now she's assuming the house that they're talking about is the one they were painting the blood drawing on.
Okay.
Because she doesn't even remember any
Remember,
other home.
that was in Coastal Shore.
Oh, that's in Coastal Shore?
Yeah, it was in Coastal Shore. The only house that you visited in the Low Shore was the one that was like halfway dilapidated, and you saw the simplicities painted huge on one of the walls, and you didn't go into the basement.
Okay. All right, so we are talking about this. So why? Okay. First of all, what were you hunting? What did that to you?
Oh, we went after the rock troll. We thought we could get some materials from it for one of the rituals, but went a little underprepared, to say the least. Luckily, my brother took most of the brunt. Kind of like looks over you. He does a little swoosh over his face, shows he has no bruises or anything like that. But I was able to get us out of there pretty quickly. So nothing that couldn't be healed up by, well, the old man.
The old man.
Mm-hmm.
Mole?
Kind of does a big grin at you. I don't know if we're talking about the same one, but we have a old man named.
Where were you from?
Oh, we're originally from Loesch. Me and my brother here. met up with a very interesting band half a year ago. Was it half a year or a year? Probably like 8, 9 months ago. Time flies when you're having fun.
And this mole, is he the one showing you rituals?
Oh, no. No, he doesn't teach us any of that stuff. He's very reluctant. Anything like that. Quite the tight-lipped. That one. But, shouldn't let your drink sit for too long. It will, spoil. You see in front of you this deep, thick, reddish ichor in a cup.
She swirls it.
And as you swirl it around, the waft coming off of it is definitely the almost coppery, like, hint of blood.
Greer, what the fuck?
Like I said, and he takes up the glass, and then Rat takes up the glass. To new friends, or to resolved issues. They both take the glasses and swig them down, and you see a very reminiscent happening that you remember from your past. As you see their veins push out of their necks and start to glow slightly. And as you can imagine where the liquid travels down their throat, it travels with it. And they're like... with these big sighs of satisfaction.
Stoat is furious. She backhands the glass in front of herself and sends it flying.
And as you do that, you hear him yell, "This is disappointing, to say the least." As Fox yells out, "What are you doing? You have 1 round before something happens."
Oh my god, Fox is such a cunt.
What you doing?
Oh,
Flip moment.
do I know,
Stoat.
do I be fucking stupid? Oh, here we go. Stoat's an idiot. I'm gonna jump on that fucking table and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna grab fucking Rat.
Okay, and as you do, we are going to jump over to the rest of the crew, having a nice, lovely stroll before we roll for initiative. The rest of
Fucking
you
vampires.
walking through the street.
What expect us to do?
What are you two all just like? Let's just downplay the moment for a second. What are you all doing as you're having this
Are
lovely
we-
stroll? You're probably maybe a good, 15, 20 minutes away from the bar.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. Do you think that maybe you don't think that the Church of Existential Knowledge would be like following us around, do you?
I mean, what? Maybe. Look, I don't put it past those motherfuckers because they do kind of do what they want to do. I work for them, right? So I know. Like, okay, they're not all bad people. Honestly, most of them is good people, but sometimes they just think that they deserve more than they do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I've been noticing like a lot of them around lately, and I don't know if it's just because
What?
I'm like, once you start noticing them, you can't stop noticing them, or
Oh, like a
it's, like,
Prius. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Or-
No, it
or-
makes sense.
or if it's because like there are more around and they're trying to see what we're doing.
Do they look shifty about it?
No, they look like they're just walking around.
Hey,
But it's like
Simon.
weird to see a lot of them around here, right? We're far from the church.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Hey, Simon, y'all Neandrous folk, they stray far from the church much, or do they usually keep up to the cliff Ty, what's that place called? The hoity-toity.
The cliff top where the church is?
Yeah.
That's... Grim, I've lived down here in the Dockord. Have I seen many
Very rarely.
non-Natalian church people?
You see maybe one courier every once in a while traveling through the city, like from churches to churches. But mostly where you see them is around where the library is, or up on the cliff top.
Well, on occasion, there will be, messengers going to and fro. I never saw them particularly often.
Okay.
Okay,
How
well,
many-
like for instance, like there's one over there. I'll point to the last one that I saw, and then I saw another one like back there when we were coming through the gate.
Is that one that you're pointing to still there?
Gone.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Did you upset the church?
We stay upset in the church. They wanted to take a look at our cool book, and we told them we was done with that. There's so much you got to know. It has to do with these things in our hands. There's a whole thing.
Well,
Now's
you know
not the
how
time. What?
our bag. You know how our bag got blown up. That happened we were doing things with the church.
Oh, I think you said that wrong. The bag didn't get blown up. The book that we tried to put in the bag got blown up.
And
There was a fella inside that book too. Sucks for
yeah,
him.
he got blown up as well.
The fun thing about explosions is that anything within their vicinity can be described as blown up.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I also don't like that, so I'm just going to ignore it a little bit.
I don't like it either. I think I made that
Okay.
pretty clear when we met first.
Oh,
But
okay.
it-
This is important to bring up, by the way, because you seem real shook up about last night's events. I'm not gonna lie to you, Simon. That was kind of like a nice situation for us.
Yeah, that went very well.
Yeah, we deal with a lot of shit.
Love to
Nobody
hear
got
that.
blown up.
Nobody got blown up last night.
Almost did. Very narrowly missed it.
But see, that's the thing.
But
If it's only an almost, it didn't happen. So when
Mhm.
we said no one got blown up, it's true still.
True.
What's
And
with
as
this
you're-
half truths? It doesn't feel very good.
But it's not a
Nice.
half truth. It's a whole truth. You just don't like it. Sorry.
And as you have this conversation of how things almost went bad, we'll go back to the Stoat situation,
Things are going bad.
Yeah.
where things are going bad. So Stoat, combat has started as you reach up and you run towards Rat. You have one action before this kicks off because you are surprising them.
Okay, so she's gonna run over and she is going to grapple him. Oops.
Okay, roll me a strength against his dex.
He's a fucking dexterous little shit.
12 for him.
Okay, well that's. Sorry, what was it? It's a strength check?
Yeah, your athletics.
Athletics.
Yep.
Well, okay. 19.
19. So as you jump over, you reach around and you grab him at the throat. You say anything?
Are you fucking kidding me? Is it you? Don't fucking move until my friends get here.
As you say that, he will answer, well, some of your old friends are already here. And you see, bursting through the back door, an old individual you long thought gone. Grab up his sheet. As you see this large, imposing, almost bear-like figure come blasting through the back door. Go play your map. And he will rush up yelling, "Stoat!" towards you, wielding this massive hammer. Can I get his thing to show up? You remember this interval from your past Stoat. And you recognize the giant 2 gashes right where his clavicle is, right by his throat. These scars have healed, but they are still distinct as the 2 chunks of flesh you took out of his neck so long ago are there, healed over, but almost like a necrosis, that they've no longer healed fully, but are like this black, reddish mixture of ichor and scar. And Rat goes, all you had to do was drink. And he's gonna try and wiggle out. Your athletics against his acrobatics.
Okay.
27.
Oh, his against my what? Sorry.
Your athletics.
Okay. That is 23.
23, and he slips out and will disengage from you and run to the back. I'm sorry. Stoat.
Stoat has fought this man before.
Yep.
She doesn't know what to expect from him still. Fox, she is just running. Full movement. I think it's 90 feet.
Okay.
So she will run. God, where's the ruler? Yep. She's going to try and run out of there. And then she's going to try and keep going past him. For another. I think he gets an attack of her. Wait, no, she can disengage. Bonus action.
Yep, that will get rid of your dash though.
Would it get rid of my? Because don't I still get an
Nope,
action to?
You get an act, so you would run. You get your action to move and your bonus action for disengage.
Okay,
you only
so
get
right now
60 feet.
she's only done 30. She's gonna just use the disengage to hopefully not get hit by him and just run out.
And as you run to the door, tick, 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 as it was locked behind you.
Okay, I think that's my turn. I've used everything.
She's a rogue. If you're confused, verbal.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. So rogues have the ability to bonus action disengage instead of using a full action, so she can action dash and
Yeah,
then
so
bonus
60
action
feet.
disengage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
okay.
already
60
moved. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. We were talking about it. So as you slam into the door, you turn the
She
handle.
turns
charge
around
it up.
and she's got her back up on the door and she's just watching them.
All right.
Daggers out.
As he sees you, as Fox sees you rattling against the door, he just lets out that smile once again that you saw when you were walking down the street. Bear is going to shout at you. He has to get within 60 feet of you. Let's see if he can do it. Check the map to make sure we can see. Get that off. There we go. Roll 20. What you been like this tonight? There we go. Yeah, it does. He'll start off by yelling "Stop!" at you, and he will use the command spell. So you need to make a wisdom saving throw again. This one's only DC 12.
19.
30. And he is going to just this giant halberd, just like almost looks like it's seeping blood as he walks towards you. Then Fox will go. Let's see. So you see as he all of a sudden looks at you and points, and you feel like this scar, and it's the symbol of the goddess of the D's starts to burn on your clavicle right near your neck. He just looks at you, and he'll move 5, 10, 20 towards you. She's not doing anything right now. And Rat is gonna look at you. I'm so sorry. Then we'll take out his short bow and take a shot at you for 12.
Doesn't hit.
All right. Loads up again. 18.
Does hit.
For 7 points of piercing damage. Does right into the shoulder. So,
Sorry, how much damage did that burning symbol do?
nothing.
Okay. Stoat's turn. She is going to raise her gemmed hand to the door where it's locked,
Okay.
and she is going to try to burn through it.
All right.
I have no idea what to roll for this. I think it's just
Roll me a strength because you're gonna like try and push through the lock. That way you're actually burning the hole instead of just like melting the lock, which would make it even worse for you. So you're trying to like push a hole through this right now. We're gonna set the DC at 17 for the door. So you can use your athletics or you can use your strength, whichever one.
Okay. Oh, 18.
18. So you see as you're like pushing, heating through, you hear poof, as like this handprint goes through the door where the lock is, and the door is waggling.
So I get confused with this because I played a ranger before. Am I able to still do like a second, like I get a second attack?
You get 2 attacks if you no, you already used your action. This is a full action
Full
thing
action,
right here.
okay.
Yeah, to use that spell.
All right, so I guess I will try to. I can bonus action though, right?
Yeah, you can bonus action.
Bonus action, try to beat that door open.
Okay. Roll me 1 more athletics. This one's only gonna be like a 12.
All right, that's 16.
16. You kick it and it swings open.
And then I'll use my movement to get as far out there as I can.
Okay.
30 feet out the door.
Okay. Let's see. So move yourself out the door. You should be able to. It is open. Okay. Do any of them have anything to stop you? No. As you're running out the door, though, are you like looking around frantically, or are you just like bolting?
I mean, of course, you'd be looking out for a safe escape route, but at the same time, like, you know, action economy and whatnot.
Yep.
I don't know if I.
Roll me just a perception check for me.
Okay. Perception is +7. That is a 26.
You see about 2 houses down, you see a small gnomish man waving. Yes.
Speed lines.
Okay.
She said.
15, 20. So they're all with that. That's good. I'm gonna roll perception checks though. Give me 1 quick second though. He won't see you, I already know that. He won't see you, it's only gonna be up to him. Okay. Roll me a D100, Stoat. High or low?
Fuck! You go, it's always high,
Always high.
but I've rolled consistently. Oh, alright. 39.
39. You need to
Decidedly
stop
not
this.
high.
Why don't you pick low? Why don't you just pick low? You know it's always low.
Stoat's low to the ground. She's allowed to choose low.
No.
Okay. You see Rat comes out the door. He looks directly at the way you're running. You see there's a hesitation for a moment, but he puts his finger up and points and goes, "She's that way."
Don't have to be like them, Brad. It's okay.
That's why I made you roll at the D100. All right. So you go over to we're gonna shift off of this map because this is gonna be a quick chase encounter. So you can move fast. There's only one person who's gonna be able to catch up with you. So it's gonna be a face-off between you and Rat.
Okay.
If it's gonna be for 3 successes, whoever the best out of 5. If he beats you, then they're going to catch up and there's going to be another form of combat. If you win, you're going to slip his grasp, okay? So you can either use your stat, you can either use stealth, acrobatics, or athletics for these rolls.
Okay.
So we will do a face-off and we'll go one by one. I'll let you each round if you're trying to do anything to Rat, because he will be close on your heels. Maybe within 15 feet each round, if you're both doing the same amount of actions.
Okay.
So he will go acrobatics this round, and then whatever you're going to do.
Stoat is going to... Is it acrobatics? She's going to cut off the nightgown that she was wearing, just and throw it behind her as she runs.
Okay. You'll see he'll try and roll out of the way of it so he doesn't get slammed by it. So whatever you're going to roll, and then he's going to roll. He goes with acrobatics.
Can that be acrobatics for me?
Yeah, for sure. You're just nimbly trying to get the dress off, for sure.
Okay. Sorry, I got excited. That's 27 because I rolled a natural one.
Oh, he's... Even with your natural 20, he is a very nimble boy. And as you like let this off and go, he like turns or just rotates around it, takes out his dagger, throws it, and spreads the dress and doesn't stop. And just keeps coming after you. What are you doing to try to get off his tail?
Um.
So you won one.
Okay. So she is going to just try to serpentine through whatever rubble is in low shore. Maybe, you know what? No, she is going to get on a fucking roof because she has not learned her lesson.
Okay, so if you're trying to climb up, this is going to be an athletics versus athletics.
Athletic?
Because you're full, like, you're using your strength to get up, right? You're not parkouring off a roof. You're climbing up a wall. Okay. Rolls an 11.
Oh, 9.
So you see, like, you're up the wall trying your best to get up it, and he grabs you by the boot and like starts to pull you back down. Let's see, what's your next play?
She has sand in her pockets.
Okay.
As she's still trying to hold on to the edge of the roof there, she goes into her pocket and tries to shuffle out some sand and just tosses it in his face. Tries to pull herself up.
All right, let's do an acrobatics versus acrobatics.
Oh, this son of a... Oh. All right, 20 lower than that.
As you like take out the sand, he's very adept at dirty tricks. And even before you do it, he puts his hand up against your sand and just goes poof, right back in your face. And we'll move back to combat. As Rat has stayed in you toe in toe, step by step, as he has you by the foot. Throw you over to this map.
Okay.
What's your first action, Stoat?
Pretty good there, Rat. Why don't you come with me? And she is going to offer him a hand now. Pull him onto the roof with her.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh? Persuasion. 16.
16. Let me just do an insight on him.
Does he get disadvantaged because Stoat's the queen of rags? Princess of rags, whatever the fuck.
You know what? I'll give it to you. A 12. You see, he's very torn right now. He has your foot, and you feel like the grasp is starting to slip on there. It's like, but he's my brother. I can't. And he's like just sitting there, like almost torn at the moment. I'm gonna say you got 3 more rounds before the rest are probably gonna catch up. It's your next play. He doesn't do anything to you. It's your turn.
He's your brother, then he's not going to do anything to hurt you. Just come with me. You don't have to do what he says.
Roll me another persuasion check.
Natural 1.
25.
Natural 1.
You feel that like start to grasp a little bit longer. Roll me one more D100. High or low. What are you doing? High or low?
We gotta go high. 83.
83.
Love wins.
What's the last thing you're going to say? What are you trying to do this round?
You're pretty good. You're keeping up with me well. Come on. It's just gonna boost his self-confidence.
Last persuasion check with advantage.
$11.
You see, as he starts to pull out the dagger, sorry, can't betray family. And as he says that and the dagger's about to come out towards you, you see erupting from this ground, this giant stone fist comes out of nowhere and gets bigger and bigger and just right into Rat and smashes him into the wall. And you see, peering around the corner, a small gnomish figure that you've been looking for so long, doing the rapid wave.
Stoat scurries on back and jumps off towards him.
Come around the corner. You see a very familiar hole in the ground. And he hurries down into it.
Would you say that there's still ribbon in Stoat's hair from
Yep.
Compton?
Yep, for sure.
She's gonna quickly tear it out and just toss it away from this hole a little bit.
Okay.
And then
Go
jump
down
in.
into the hole. And as you do, the ground above starts to close back over top of you. And you both sit in complete darkness. And from there, we'll go back to the other group.
So I will admit I don't understand the trepidation. It's just a date.
What? No. But, okay, if I'm led to understand correctly, they're ne'er-do-wells.
Mhm.
Like,
I-
absolutely.
I mean no
There's
offense
no
by
way.
this,
Hmm.
but
So you're going
judging
to call
by-
us ne'er-do-wells?
You call yourselves the ex-cons. It's not a different
No,
line.
we're the expat contingency. You're jumping to
Short
conclusions.
to
Yeah, but there's multiple maintenance, right?
just because
We're
words have
not
multiple
cons.
meanings doesn't mean you should disregard
Yet.
the ones you don't like. We've talked about this.
But look, to be ex-cons, we'd have to have first been convicted. We've yet to be. So even then, haha, no.
Only a crime if the law catches you. That's correct.
As
Well,
Grant you that.
I didn't say it's not ex-crime, it's ex-convict. And convict
As you're all
includes-
doing this, rounding the corner, you come to the Fox and the Hound. You see the door swung open. You see that the lock has been melted off of the door. You see no one inside.
Well, this doesn't seem good.
instant mage armor.
Can I see if I can track? I mean, I know Stoat pretty well to see if I can track her like footprints or her, you know,
Do me a survival check.
in cartoons if there's like one of those scent trails. From
For sure.
I am also, very quickly, going to cast Aid on Compton, Reyna, and Wilhelm.
What does that do?
It raises your max to 5.
Well, that's an 18 for survival.
And are you guys checking on the outside, or do you guys go inside?
I'm not going inside yet.
With an 18?
If anybody starts moving inside, I'm going to be like, hold on.
Well, that's it. Are you guys just waiting outside, or do you guys like look inside and stuff?
I poke my head inside, not stepping inside.
Well, hold on.
It's just like peering into the doorway. Like, is there anybody around?
You peer into the doorway. Roll me a perception check.
I'm so good at those, folks. It could be worse. It's a 13.
13. It's very dark in here. The mood lighting is very well set. You see there's a bunch of divider walls. You glimpse near the end of the bar. Looks like there's 3 figures kind of just standing there near the very far end of this establishment.
With a 13, would I be able to tell if they're like drinking or just like hanging out?
With a 13 where you are right now, no. You just see these shadowy figures. You see 2 which are about the same height, but one that's a very large shadowy figure.
He will immediately step out of view from the doorway. I see 3 people in there. I've been to this place before because I've lived in the dock ward and I like going out to bars. Is it normally like bustling about this time?
This bar? No.
Yeah.
Nope. You can roll me a history check if you'd like.
Well, that's much better. That's a 15.
With a 15, you know that the Fox and the Hound is where a lot of business gets done. The hustle and bustle and the loud noises of the work district right beside it. A lot of people use this where it can be rented out. It's hosted for private parties, and it's also used for business, as many of the tables are set up with privacy fences on there. So people who want to have either conversations or do dealings where they don't want to be interrupted usually come here. It is not hustling, bustling. It's usually quite bare, as the cost of the drinks and the food are exorbitantly high.
So he will, like I said, step out of view of the door and look to the other 2. There's 3 in there. I can't see what they're doing. One of them is very large. I don't know if that's relevant, but I assume very big.
And none of them are stout?
None of them are stout-sized, right?
Nope. But with 18, Rena, you notice the melting on the lock is very reminiscent of stout, as it doesn't look like a pinpoint hole or anything. It looks almost like a hand has pushed through this door. And you see like the hunk of steel and the door, like the splattering of the door, half of like almost an outline of a hand of steel that's just sitting on the ground in front of the door. And you see there's a spattering of footprints heading away from this establishment.
Well, she went this way. We have to find her. She burned this door, and it looks like melted this lock and headed this way.
Compton's going to pick up the piece that fell out.
All right.
The piece of the door. I'm going to pocket it. Okay. None of them look small to you, Simon. Like, again, I know, just to clarify, no short people?
No, none of them look stout-sized. They look average height, and it's, like I said, the one very big one. At a glance, does the figure look bigger than, like, Wilhelm?
Yes.
Very, very big.
Okay.
Probably,
Well,
you don't know Craig. Craig's size, but in a bunch girthier.
Well, if I hunch down, these footsteps, now that Rain has pointed them out, can we see them kind of clearly?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move away from this fucking door. Being by this door seems like it's a bad play. So I'm going to follow the footsteps, I don't know, maybe 30 feet away from the door. And then when we're sufficiently far enough away that we might not be directly in line of sight from the door, I want to investigate the footsteps to see if it's one person, if it's two people, if it's...
Yep. Roll me an investigation.
Try to get as much information out of it as I can.
With this one, you can do an investigation. Raina, if you want to keep following, you can roll a survival as well.
12 and 9. 12 and 9. 21.
27.
21 and 27. Very good. So you're putting it together of what is going on here, Compton, while Raina is following where they are going. You see that there are a spattering of footprints all around the front entrance, kind of. When you're like walking away from it, all different footprint sizes. Probably about 4 or 5 different footprints. About 3 sets go back inside. But you do see that there are 2 footprints, different sets, that head in the direction that you're all following, and little droplets of blood that kind of follow in the problem is that they're about the same size footprints. So there's little droplets of blood on one of the footprints every so often. And Raina, you'll see the tattering garb that Stoat was wearing. But you've never noticed it. You see a ripped nightgown, because you guys haven't seen Stoat when she was in this. You see this ripped nightgown. You see a dagger scattered across this alleyway. You see a smattering of blood up on a wall. And then you see this deformed area of ground. And another pool of blood up against a wall.
Can we collect that dagger?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to grab that dagger.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not matching Stoat's daggers. This is just a very well-crafted dagger.
Well, we'll give it to Stone anyway.
Looking around, like specifically that deformed pile of earth, would we see the ribbon?
No, the
Yeah.
deformed pile of earth is where the fist came out, and then pool of blood is where Rat got smushed into the wall.
Okay.
Can I Arcana check that pile of rubble and see if it's anything like my new friend?
You can Arcana check it for sure.
I just want to check around to see if I can figure out
18.
like a direction that Stoat went in, or
30.
if I could
30.
figure
Wait,
out
is that right? 18 and 12 is 30?
Yep.
Okay.
if
Very-
that splatter would have come from Stoat.
Yeah. Very reminiscent. It does remind you very much of the Earthen Grasp.
But it's not identical. I know
No.
that it's akin to.
Yeah,
Okay.
this one here, like, you know, with Earthen Grasp, it kind of forms around the fist you make. This one, the way that, like, the ground didn't go back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
This one, the earth moved out of the way of whatever this was. So, like, it's a trail that leads up to where it dissipated, and, like, mud where the blood is, like, splattered all over the wall.
Am I able to discern that this is not like, in terms of leveled magic, it's kind of up there, right?
It's a little bit higher than the circles, you know, not very much more. But this is definitely a different different type of magic than yours. Yours is arcane. This is another type.
Okay.
Yeah, you can roll me one more survival check, Raina, as you're going through. This one you'll have advantage because you're very close to the area.
Okay.
Compton's going to relay that information though to the group and effectively like, hey, so this right here, this is not just fuck around magic that did this, right? So whatever we're going to run into, we just need to kind of be aware, right? Okay.
That's a 22, Grim.
22. Okay. You all start to walk around, and you'll notice that there is where the stone in the floor is. It's almost like it's been reformed, and the stone seems in an uneven pattern. Almost like someone shifted stone, but didn't care how it resembled. It doesn't match the uniform of how the ground was laid before. This was almost like a mixed match of stone being shifted back into an area.
It looks like it's a single direction that's against the other direction.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'll point that out.
Compton is going to go up to like the seam of it, right? Not like distinctly not on where this patch is, but like
Around where you
just-
met up.
yeah.
Where the mix.
And he's
mix
gonna
match
haunch.
ends.
He's gonna haunch down, and I'm gonna knock on the ground in that spot, and then I'm going to message down. Hey, hello, Stoke.
We're gonna move back to Stoke, but Stoke's gonna be a little bit back in time. Stoke, you're back in the hole with a figure that you've been looking for a while now. You see this old, haggard. Since you last seen him, he's aged. He has new scars, new wounds, his skin more leathery. He's more haggard than you remember him. Kind of. Short. Why'd you come?
Stowe doesn't say anything, and she just scurries to him as quickly as can be and just hugs him and hides, tries to be even smaller than he is.
And as you like hug him, he's like, oh, holds his ribs. So take, girl, please.
They did a thing. They did something. And she starts pulling at her neck and trying to show him the.
When you look back, it's gone.
Those kids. What are they? Who? You were dead.
No, I wasn't. Never was. Why'd you do it, Stowe? I need to know. That's why I brought you here.
What?
I saw
I
you.
did what?
I saw you in the yoke. Why'd you kill Crow? She was our friend. She was one of us. We were trying to survive. And I came out of my hole to find you both. And I saw you there. I could see in the dark, but you probably didn't remember that. Your dagger laid into her gut. All the rest of it.
I didn't know. It got dark.
You want me to believe that you had better smell sense, better hearing than most of us? It's just like Bear said to me when I met up with him afterwards. You were the best killer out of all of us. To think you wouldn't have known who Crow was, walking that close to you. You want me to believe that? You?
It was their magic. It wasn't. I couldn't. My senses were. I couldn't tell. I couldn't. I didn't.
Oh, I've seen you pick out hares in the middle of barren snowlands, Stoke. Want me to believe that? They told me I was gonna get us all out of there. Working on a hole the entire time. Not only did you kill her, you took the pact. You killed him, and you joined them. Did you enjoy it?
No. You're the one that told me I'm supposed to do what I have to.
Said you had to do what you had to survive.
I didn't want to kill Crow.
It's not what he told me.
Oh, who told you?
Well,
Vol's alive. Vol's alive?
yeah. Threw down his dagger and went with me through the hole. We were both coming to get you. And that's when we saw him. He murdered her right in front of his eyes. His mate. his love.
Still pushes away from Mole. I didn't. It was their stupid, it was their magic. It was the stupid fucking, it was that orc.
Say that. Oh, he brought back Bear to ask him. He told us you reveled in killing Bear. By the looks of the scars on him, it's hard to refute. The world's changing, Stoat. People have started to wander into the wastes. In our kind, you see that eerie glow start to form up his neck. His veins start to pulse. Kind is making changes. And our work here is done. This was a kindness for all the times you helped me.
Why did you... Why? Why are you going along with them?
I had no choice after you left. You were my protector. When I saw that look in your eyes, I knew I couldn't rely on you anymore. As frail and as old as I am, I had no choice.
So you brought that bullshit here? You're gonna make other people join this nonsense? Like what?
No.
Those kids.
That's not me. I'm just trying to do what I have to serve. The other people. The new one, Raven, and Vol. They're the new herd leaders. I'm going to recommend that you, by yourself, are nothing to stop them. You see he touches a wall of stone and it starts to etch away. You see a basement. So I'm going to tell you this so that you can avoid us. Don't find yourself in Dern if you don't want to die. And leave the city for chaos reigns. Goodbye, Stone.
No.
You hear a message from above in your head. Compton. You can repeat your message if you'd like, Compton.
You want me to resend it?
Yeah, it's just been a while, so just reset it again.
I don't know if you can hear knocking through the stone above you. Probably not. But he knocks on and goes, hey, you down there?
Stoat has a lot of guilt about what happened between her and Crow. And so all that's in her mind right now is, I didn't kill Crow. I didn't kill her. I didn't kill them. I didn't kill them. I didn't do that. I didn't kill them. Compton?
And as you look back, you see the look of almost a disappointed father looking at its daughter. A tear running down Mole's face as the stone wall starts to reform. You find yourself just like in the yoke once again, completely in darkness, surrounded by dirt, stone, underneath the ground.
The things that Stoat was saying, did that come through as a message? I need to understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would have been her.
I immediately turned to Simon. And I'm like, hey, Wilhelm, smash ground, yeah? Now, Now?
Wilhelm, the ground right here. Just stomp.
I will message down to Stowe, like, hug a wall. Hug a wall, kid.
Do you do anything, Stoat, or do you just sit there?
Stoat is just now in a ball hiding her head and just completely fetal and trying to be as small as possible.
So Wilfrem reaches up. Boo! Boo! And you start to hear the stones just rubbling all around you, the dirt falling in little chunks of stone. Just like that day when the light first came back into the yoke. You're huddled there in a ball. The light peering down as the stones from the ceiling start to dissipate once again. Instead of that visage of Crow in front of you, it's just you, alone, looking at the dirt and stone.
As soon as that hole was getting my body to fit on this internet. Even if it means like having crunching shit in it. It's make that I can get out in a minute.
Alright. Stowe is just there, fetal position on the ground, right, Stowe? Or
Is it like light looking up?
you look up and you see Compton kind of like throwing the stones aside.
I'm going to use Gus to try to clear that.
Yep.
Like the dust and stuff out so that we can see better.
Now we check it on Compton.
How big is this room like?
Oh, this is only like a 5-foot diameter tunnel.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. If Connor says it and he sees where Stoat is, it's dark except for the light coming in.
Yep, from the street lamps.
Okay. The lantern's on her hip. So that's what always on her hip.
Yeah.
I'm lighting it immediately. So there's light in here, so she's not carrying anymore. And I'm going to just like extend my hand out to her. Come on.
She's reaching up, trying to reach towards you. And you can. She's not crying. You can easily return her face in your way where she's can come down.
I think I'm just going to, because this is such a small back up, just hold her out of the hole. You know, as quickly as we can get her ass around on the whole thing.
Yeah, I pull her out her hand as soon as she gets out.
When she still comes out of the hole, she is kind of holding on to Compton. And she looks over at you, and then just buries her head into Compton's hair and does not want to see. You get the sense that she's scared of you or something.
What happened?
Hold on. Let's go home. Right. Let's get it done. Is there a way we can get back without traversing past?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, there's alleyways, everything like that. As long as you don't head in that direction, you can avoid going past it again.
I'm going to have that here. Like he's maybe here. He says he just kind of is. But I'm going to request that he effectively follows us behind by about 100 feet, because he has a 300-foot range. And the idea here is high. So like you're really not noticeable unless you're looking for it. High enough that it says behind us, but that way if there's any wind that's distracting or turns and shit, that I can get that information from him.
Okay, what's Valis' perception?
It doesn't say. It just says that I can.
Roll a d20 then. We'll just use just
okay.
We'll do it as 0.
15.
15. Okay. As you're like walking around, going around, you don't see much going on, but you do see at one point someone with the symbol of Neandris comes down one of the streets, but they don't go in your direction. They stop, look around, and then keep going in another way. On your way back, that's all you see. Are you all saying anything, doing anything as you walk back towards the coastal shelf?
Compton is, for all intents purposes, doing his best to just like kind of carry Stoat's weight at this point, keep her close and safe. He's turned. This is 100% dad mode. He feels like shit. He feels so bad that he let her go again, and that all this happened. And he's kind of just muttering reassurances, like, "No, everything's gonna be okay. It's all right. It's okay. We're gonna go back to the tower. I made you a room. It's full. It's gonna be okay. It's all right. I'm sorry. It's okay." And just that's it. He's not really trying to do a whole bunch of interaction outside of that.
Simon, Marina, what are you all doing?
I'm trying to keep an eye out and make sure we're not being followed, and but also trying to stay as close to close to Compton and Stowe.
Yeah, you can roll me a perception check as well.
13.
13. Don't seem to notice anything. The situation is very tense. You're a little distracted at the moment. Simon.
Simon is very much like hanging back, like he's behind everybody, and he has just as they were leaving that alleyway area, he's instructed Wilhelm to look for very big people.
Okay.
Because that's the only defining feature that he has to look out for.
And your intentions for the group is to go back to the Halls of Wonders, right?
Yeah, to our tower, effectively.
All right. You all walk through the streets, heading back towards the Hall of Wonder. You arrive back late at night, probably about 9:30, 10 o'clock. The guards let you in through the gates. You head back to your tower. We're going to take a break there.
Ugh.
Stowe with the big move, burning the lock. I was like, oh man, this was gonna totally murder Stowe. And then fucking big play. All right, everybody.
Pulls out blast from the past bear. Oh my goodness.
Yep, Bear's alive. Same with a bunch of other people you thought were dead.
Jesus.
Bastard. I like that. I like when I get called a bastard. It means I'm doing my job. All right,
Yeah.
everybody. We're going to be taking a 15-minute break, so we'll be back about 10:03. So we'll see you all then.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
welcome back, everybody. So,
Oi.
oi. Hello there. Job's done. So,
Yes, me lord. What? Okay. All right. We found a witch. Can we burn her? And I made you king. Well, I didn't vote for you.
okay. So, we get
You
back
did it.
to the Hall of Wonders. Back into your magnificent tower that you created in the practice grounds. What is everybody doing?
Well, once we're like kind of like back to the tower and safely inside, nobody else has been inside the tower since I've recreated it, right? Okay, so Raina and Simon would have seen that it's taller though, because we were outside, right? Okay. I'm gonna, when we come up, be like, top floors, observatory, this workshop. That's fine. I'm gonna take Stoat upstairs, lay her down, and then I'll come back. And
Okay.
it won't be too long. I'm just gonna make sure she's tucked down. He's kind of waiting to see, make sure that nobody else needs anything before he extricates himself from this situation.
I'm gonna go over to the window and look out because I'm not like 100% convinced that nobody followed us the whole way.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
23.
23. Marina. You've all been going about through the city, meeting many new people, many associations, breaking into houses, being on the tail of 2 different types of gangs, meeting pretty influential people, and all around making a statement throughout the city. After the interaction with the spy, you're starting to realize that maybe you guys have been making more of a splash than what you first expected. And now you're more aware that eyes may be falling upon you. And as you look out, what floor of the tower would you probably be in?
I'm like right inside the door, the closest window to the door.
Okay. You look out the door, past the grounds, and you see just outside the gate. For you, it's very hard because you're looking into the darkness. But you see a flickering of one of the street torches. Flicks once, nothing's there. Flicks twice, nothing's there. And then when it flicks the 3rd time, you see an individual clad in completely blackish robes with a face guard on his mouth and 2 glowing reddish eyes, almost like flames, staring at you directly. Flickers one more time, and the individual's gone.
Like that. I'm going to fog up around the front of the tower just so no one could look in.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go sit down and wait for Compton to come back down. And I imagine that I still have that dagger that we picked up. And I'm just holding on to it.
No problem. Let me just... Going to show you, just because you have it and I have it ready. Just had to make the handout. I have the image, but you guys have been getting more aware of your surroundings, so I'm going to show you. The individual you saw is that right there.
Oh, that's very
That's not
comforting.
good.
Can we fuck it? Like, is that an option? Is that like a thing that we can do?
Maybe.
It's an option.
Sometimes the best way to not get murdered is to become useful, you know?
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Keep your enemies coming, is all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And like I said, just for a split second, he appears. Well, they appear in the light. And then as soon as they appear, they're gone again.
Dope. Fire. Love this. It's best. I'm here for that.
What's everybody else doing?
I
I'm gonna
Simon,
Go ahead.
Simon has immediately, as he always does when he has nothing directly to do, he has started to work. He's moving
And
the
you-
workbench. He's drafting out plans for something to keep Stoat warm.
And it is like before, it is a full ass work area. Like all the shit you know. Yeah. Once they're doing their thing, it's clear. Raina stepped off to the door. Simon goes to work. Compton's going to help Stoat upstairs. And when we get up to the second floor, what we'll find is a room that is wall to wall, just furs. Like just it's like, I don't know how thick furs are. I live in California where we don't do things with fur, right? But I imagine it's comfy, right? And there's a big fireplace on the wall. Like it's a huge one. There's a big old hearth in front of it and all that. And there's just furs everywhere. And Compton is going to take Stoat close to the fire. Probably closer than he's comfortable. But she doesn't seem to fucking care, so it's whatever. And he's going to set her down. And against my better judgment, I'm going to... Compton will look her over, and then seeing the shoulder that had been impacted by the arrow, is going to place his hand on it and use healing hands and give you 7 hit points back. So that's where we start. Do I have to do a roll for that?
Right now, no.
Okay, cool. Good to know. So I think, I don't know. I honestly don't know what it would feel like. I assume, generally speaking, when I use this, it's kind of the absence of heat, but it's not cold. I don't know how else to describe it. It's almost kind of like, it's almost as if heat's being pulled from you. It's not like cold being pushed onto you, but like heat's coming out, right? That would be the sensation of Compton's hand on your shoulder. But it would give you 7 hit points back. And Compton's gonna say, hey, we really gotta figure this out, right? Because you're really good at what you do, and I don't want to fuck that up for you, but at the same time, I fucked it up because I let you go, and then bad things happened, and I kind of feel like that's on me, right? And you said some stuff that I don't know if you knew that I could hear about not killing a person that you done killed. I don't understand it. And I don't know, to be honest, I don't know at all what's going on with you. But I do know that I care about you a lot. And my heart hurts when I think about anything bad happening to you. So maybe you should rest a bit. I made this room for you. And when you want to talk about it, maybe you could just come and let us know. Because I think we kind of found ourselves at a moment where we need to know so we can make sure you're okay.
Moment you mentioned the killing of the friend, Stoke kind of looks away from you and just looks to the fire. She listens to you talk. Feeling the tension, she tries to change the subject a little bit. She says, "They wanted me to drink blood. It wasn't a date."
You know, honestly, consenting adults choosing to drink blood together, I've heard people might do that from time to time. It's not for me, but there's like a closeness associated to it. A man named Kelly once told me that, but that's besides the point. Look, I think you need to think about this a little bit because we care about you. You know, you're us, right? And it only hurts you if you don't tell us what's going on. Because then we can't know what to look for or what's important. I'm going to let you be. Do you want some food? You want me to get you some food brought up?
Yeah. But,
Hey.
Compton,
Huh?
I still actually doesn't know what to say right now, so she's just gonna say yes to food.
It's obvious you start to talk, but then just like kind of get lost finding the words. Compton just pulls you into a big fucking hug. Just like huge. Big old bury your face into his chest hug. Just pulls you in. Goes, look, it's okay. Just take your time. We're here. You don't have to talk to us tonight about it. But we're here. And I love you. He's going to kiss top of your head. And then just rub your back a little bit. And he'll stand up and just kind of leave unless you say anything.
Still lays there. Stares into the fire.
Compton will just come down. Just like kind of doing that thing where he's just like shaking his head like, fuck. Right? Probably just like drops down on the couch next to Raina.
Well, actually, while they were doing this, Raina, you saw that. Simon, you're working. Were you doing anything while they were upstairs having this conversation?
I'd just be like cleaning the dagger off absentmindedly.
And Simon?
He's just knows in his notebook. If Raina's within earshot, she would kind of hear him absentmindedly, like make a comment to Wilhelm or ask him something. But outside of that, he's very deep in his work.
At that point, Compton would plop down beside Raina, cleaning the dagger.
Well, I guess, yeah, not great. I mean, we know Stote's not one for words, but like less so right now. Know what I mean? They try to have her drink blood.
What? Why?
Don't know yet. I figured, okay, and this just kind of goes back to what when you was asking questions earlier. I think we need to give her a second to level set a bit. We found her in a hole in the ground.
How did she even get there?
Don't know yet. I did ask her if she wanted food, and she said yes. We're gonna have to rustle something up. I'm pretty sure there's some we can grab out the kitchens over here.
Well, that's good if she wants to eat.
Yeah, that's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you'd seen. Oh shit, yeah. So second room is I made it for her, so hopefully that's helping a bit. It's all just like chock-a-block with furs, wall to wall, with a big ass fireplace.
She must love it.
I don't. I hope so. I feel like it would have been better received at a different kind of like situation, but
Yeah, but I don't
It
think
is what
anything
it
else
is.
will make her feel better to sleep in.
yeah, that's true.
Compton, the look she gave me when she came out of that hole. Listen, we have to figure out what happened.
Yeah, something's wrong, right? Like that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's wrong. I'm gonna look towards Simon as we're just kind of like sitting here on the couch, and the intention when Compton is talking is that he is projecting enough that it's not just a quiet conversation to Raina. These words are supposed to reach Simon. If I look up at Simon, you're just back turned to us working.
If that is the orientation of the bench relative to the couch.
And maybe this is my small-minded brain. I assume the bench is against the wall. So yeah.
That is also what I assumed.
Okay. Oh shit. Hey, Simon.
Yes?
Compton will dig out of his pocket. And if Simon turns back to Compton, I'm just gonna kind of toss that metal lock piece.
This, I will try to catch it.
It's underhand, by the way, to be fair. Hopefully that helps.
An easy toss.
Tell
Yeah,
me
it's
what to roll, Grim. What do I roll here? Acrobatics? Athletics?
Acrobatics.
It's a 7.
Ding, 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 ding. False.
Great catch, son.
Simon mutters something under his breath and like follows the hunk under the bench to grab it.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I'm almost positive that because we done seen something like this before. I think that girl melted that right out the door.
Oh, for sure. The hole was like distinctly stoat hand shaped.
Yeah. So I just figured maybe we could use it for something. I was gonna chuck it at the next motherfucker I seen that was causing us problems that was related to that, but clearly we made it home, so that's okay. Also, can we? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Simon.
Just the question for Grim. Looking at this hunk of metal, can I, being a very smart boy, determine what kind of metal this is? Like the assumption would be steel.
Yeah, just the standard steel.
Simon looks baffled because he, as again a very smart boy, knows the temperature at which steel melts.
Yeah, and the thing is, it doesn't look like a torch. It almost looks like an even heat. And you even see at one point where Stoat's finger was, you see like the imprint of her fingerprint in the door.
I'm sorry, she did this?
Yeah. Oh shit! This is a good opportunity. What do you know about? Oh fuck! What was that place called? What's that school? Infernal Prophets? Is that what it is?
Yeah, book school. Yeah.
You don't remember the name of the school we go to?
No. I've only been one time. I've only been to one class.
Okay. Hey, Simon, can you just take a break real quick? Come over here.
Okay, yeah. He's just staring at this burned hunk of lock, and he stands up, walks over.
Okay, so check this out. I'm gonna grab Raina's gem hand. I don't remember it was your right or left hand.
Right, right.
with my gem hand. And I'm gonna hold them out so that Simon can see. Like, okay, see these. I'm assuming they're gems. Probably not. I don't think they got monetary value. I don't know yet. Stoke got one too. And Stoke can, I guess, just burn through fucking metal like once a day so far. That's what we've gleaned of it. I don't know if it's tied. I'm almost certain it's tied to like normal, like wizardry type magical properties, just because based on how we got it, that's what it seems to be. But it's still, we don't know. Shit, I don't even know what mine does. Fuck, we should figure out what mine does.
Yeah, I mean, mine's just a. Do you think we can melt stuff too?
I don't know. Okay, what should I do? There's a practice yard outside. We should do this in a second. The point is,
I don't want to go outside.
we got to go outside to get the food for Stoke.
I can step outside. That's fine.
There was this like scary like fire eyes man who was following us, or I don't know if he was following us, but he like made direct eye contact with me when I was looking out the window.
Oh, okay. Now you sure he was a real person and not like a real to you person?
Well, I don't know, Compton. Are you a real person or are you just real to me?
I like to think that I am, but we also used to hang out with MJ, who was our friend who saw people all the time and had conversations with them that we done never seen.
Well, as
So-
far as I know, I've never seen a person that wasn't real to every other person.
Okay. So here's the thing. Where was that? And I'm gonna park Velas out there.
Like right outside the gate of the school.
Okay, so we're going to do that in a second. Good to know that we're being followed by somebody with fire eyes.
Yeah, he was wearing like all black and he had this mask on and just the eyes were like glowing like embers.
Okay, cool. All right, good. I mean, that's a look. I kind of like it. I wonder. Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, like if they weren't following us around all creepy, like I'd be real interested to know like the origin
Wait.
of their aesthetic. But
Okay. Yeah. So before we worry about that guy, we went into this book. Actually, I think I got that book. And Compton's going to pull out Children of Padilla and say, this ain't this book. This is a different book. We got tasked with the job. That's why we're here in the first place. We were supposed to retrieve this. We're on our way to Kate. There's a whole thing about it. Long story short, we went in this book, but this book was really just a test to then get us into a school. And I'm pretty sure it's like the Infernal Prophets or something like that. I'm not so good with names. It don't really matter. We each picked a discipline of sorts associated to one of the four founders. And we popped out. I popped out missing an eye. Apparently, I signed up for advanced courses. I've been known to do that. It's a whole thing. But then we each got these gems. And we know that Stote's gem melts metals. Or maybe it just heats it. But, I mean, that's to be determined. Again, we need to experimentation and whatnot.
heats to the
don't know.
point of melting, probably.
I'm
At a
sure she could
minimum-
control it.
At a minimum, 1300 degrees. At a minimum.
Sure, but I think it's a matter of
Probably
control.
more.
Right. Okay. But my point is I think it's a matter of control, and currently she just don't control it. Right. So maybe she could tone it back, but definitely that hot. We know that. The point is I don't know what mine does. Craig fucked off. I don't know if we ever figured out what his did. Raina, do we know what yours do?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some sort of like, I think, storm giant adjacent thing from the class.
Okay. Well, I gotta get us some food. And if I glance over my shoulder and look out the window, I clearly see that it's foggy outside.
Yep.
And I gotta see past this fog to put Bayless where. Well, I actually don't. I could just tell him where to go. But besides the point, I still need to go get food. Y'all want to come with me together as a group out into the yard, and we can see if I can figure out what this shit does?
Yeah, I'll come if that, Fire Eyes is there.
If Fire Eyes there, we're talking to him.
Yeah, but I don't want you to talk to him by yourself.
No, I mean, look, but I would have if I was alone, so it's probably
That's
better
why I'm coming with you.
That's smart. Okay. Simon, you want to try to figure out this here gym?
Yeah, yes, sure.
I know it's a lot
Simon
to
looks
take in.
a little concussed.
Simon, I'm not going to lie to you. A lot has happened in a short period of time, and it's all new to you. Let's get you enrolled in school, too. It'd be magical. It'd be wonderful.
Magic School of Prophets. I need to write this down. Give me a second.
No, don't worry about it right now. We'll do it later.
Bench and just very quickly scrawl Prophets Magic School ? What the fuck? All in no.
Hey, don't let nobody know about that, though.
Yeah, of course, naturally. That was the book that you were referring to. The church. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. There's a lot going on.
What might be of interest to you, though, Simon, is that we did bring the bag into the book, but then when we tried to put the other book inside of it with the other.
Yeah, the planar
Yes,
existence.
yeah. That's when it blew up.
That's why I thought I could do it in the first place, was because we took the bag into an extraplanar space and it was fine. So, like, anyways, Compton at this point has moved to the door and is just going outside.
Yep.
I'll clear the fog as we go through.
You head out. And with the time of day that's getting to about this point, as you're dissipating the fog, Reina, the fog was very dense due to your spell. But as you start to clear it away, it's still a little bit hazy near the ground. With the springtime weather, the warmth's kind of mixed between cold and warm. It's still a little bit foggy, especially because you're in a port city. Definitely not as dense as it was when you created it.
This one's not me. I cleared mine.
No, I mean, okay. All right. That's fair. It's natural fog, not magic fog.
Exactly.
Okay. I wonder how the fuck I make this thing work. Compton kind of just does that thing where he his fingers, closes them a bit. He's really just stretching his hand out to see if he could feel. And I think we are in a practice yard, right? I'm very much trying to ensure I'm in a safe space here, Grim.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm in a safe. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to light a building on fire for no reason yet. Okay.
Today.
Yeah. I think Compton is just going to extend his hand in front of him so that he can see the gem on the back of it.
Okay.
And he's just going to he's going to try to calm himself. He's going to center himself. He's going to slow his breathing. He's going to try to bring all of his thoughts to a central point. Just collect them into a nice, dense ball. And he's going to imagine sending all of that thought energy from his mind down his neck, over his shoulder, and then down his arms to the crystal itself.
Okay.
And just really, it's a matter of focus, pinpoint focus on the gem to try to make it manifest something.
Okay, so you're just the sole thing you're doing is trying to manifest something from the gem. That's what you're fully focused on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Both. How close are Reina and Simon to Compton?
I'd be standing right off, to the side, but behind him.
Okay.
Simon is directly to his side, trying to look at that gem.
So Compton, you focus, and all of your focus is on the gem, and your pinpoint destination of thought, your manifestation of whatever this is right where the gym is. And you don't know what's about to happen. But you start to see the almost sickly glow of the gem start to swirl around. And I need both Reyna and Simon to make me a Constitution saving throw against your spell DC.
Delightful. Guys, is that
Compton.
my wizard spell DC?
Yep.
16, y'all.
Fun.
To 12.
Let's see here. It's +0 here. 12.
Constituted
No,
lad, but it is
17. I got a 17.
Unbelievable. 12.
Roll me 2d6, Compton.
Oh, shit. Okay. 8.
Simon, you take 8 points of necrotic damage. And Reyna, you take 4 points of necrotic damage. And Compton, you're already at full health, but if not, you would be able to expend 1 hit die. As you feel the life being drained out of you, Simon, and you like look down, and you're kind of pinkish, even though you are like a pastier person. The pinkish hue that you have within your skin almost seems to be like getting drained out, and your appendage that is closest to Compton, almost like the tips of your fingers start to wither a little bit and sink in. And Reyna, you feel like flush, that like just kind of more tired than anything. But Compton, you feel invigorated, restored,
I feel great.
more pinkish of cheek.
Oh, cool, guys. What did I do?
You did Wither and Bloom.
Hold on.
It's a free cast of Wither and Bloom.
It is.
God damn it.
Oh, it's a single free
so
cast of
good.
Wither and Bloom? That's delightful. I don't even have to have it prepared?
No.
I'm erect right now in my tower, guys. Get out of the gutter. Be gross.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, cool. Am I aware though? Do I know because now I know the spell? I'm like, oh shit, I just did this to my friends.
It feels like as soon as you finished finished it, it felt like you just left a class where all of this information was just poured directly into you as you unlocked the secret of your gem.
Oh shit. Oh, that's delightful. And this is just because I think Compton's mind is swirling because all of this information is just the doors are opening, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I recall correctly, I'm looking through my spell list to make sure. Wither and Bloom usually would allow me to choose the target that receives the healing, but because I was focusing on my hand, I chose myself. Okay, I'm making sure that
And you
Compton
casted it,
understands the
and
logic.
you casted it directly at the gym because your full focus was on your destination, was on the gym. That's why I
That
asked
was
you,
smart.
what were you focusing on?
No, fair. It was
Yeah.
good. I like it. I also hate you, but it's awesome. Cool. Okay, so Compton looks around feeling great, but also knowing full well what he did. So he feels like shit. He's like, oh fuck. Okay. Well, sorry. First, I'm so sorry. But Simon, are you okay? Reyna, are you fuck.
I think Reyna looks a little bit winded. It is like, what just happened? Because I imagine it would feel kind of like someone, like, well, for me, lightly knocked the wind out of you.
How Simon feel about it?
Simon looks less great.
Yeah. What just happened?
He looks a bit withered.
Yeah. Whereas you might look a little bloomed.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
That was
Hey,
fucking Bloom.
Okay, hey, yeah. So, I went to advanced class and they taught me how to do this, and it's in my book, and I can prepare it and be ready for it. But I haven't done that yet because it felt a little wrong to do it. But apparently, my hand just does it once, free of charge. And by free of charge, I mean it costs you. And I'm sorry, I'm able to just kind of like take life out of things with life. Is there anything on the ground that was growing, Grim? It's dead around us, right?
It's dead, except for where the patch of grass where you are directly standing you see little plants are starting to grow directly underneath of you. But where the rest of you all are, if you look underneath of your feet, you see the ground is more craggled and like the dust has started to crack as any nutrients out of it have been sucked away.
I think as I look down and I see that, I'm like, you did that to me?
Yeah, I mean, look, one didn't
Do I
mean
look
to.
like that?
But you
I mean,
look
do you want
like
me to inspect
there's
you?
a 10-foot radius around you all where it is sucked away the energy. But you see directly where Compton is standing is the only spot that has any life growing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look, experimentation, lessons learned. First and foremost, let's not stand so close. That's on us. That
All
we
right.
fucked up.
Can you just do the thing where you touch mine and see if you can figure out what it does?
Oh shit, identify it. Yeah, I could have did that too, but this seemed like more fun. Okay, yeah. Okay, fuck. Hey, Velis, come here. And Velis is gonna fly over. And effectively, because Velis is my book, that's why I want him here. I'm going to use my class feature and instantaneously cast Identify instead of do the 10-minute ritual for my once a day. And just identify Reyna's gem, I guess.
And Raina, did you write down what I gave you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you say it.
So once a day, well, I don't know where I wrote it down, but basically once a day I can shoot lightning. For an extra, I think it's a 1d8 lightning damage.
She
Like
does
out
a
of your eyes?
she does a low grade lightning bolt out of her path of her arrow.
That's pretty cool.
Because I do have it written down on top of my sheet. It says lightning with a little box.
Yeah.
What I like about it is in 10 sessions, you'll forget that you could do it.
Well, now I have this thing on the top of my notebook page where every time I turn the page, I write down tremor sense, gloves, lightning,
Yeah.
and now I have wyvern bolts.
Yeah, we like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she can pretty much do, when she shoots an arrow, anything within the 100-foot line takes an extra D8.
That's wild. That's so cool. Okay. Yeah, so Simon, we can do these things because we went to school. You want to go to school with us? If you sign up, you got to hang out with us for a duration. You're going to become an ex-con.
I think I'm obligated to, for reasons. God, I still feel so bad.
I would heal you about it.
But
I
kind of
can't.
like,
No, here.
as
Raina
you
will.
say that, he just like kind of rubs his own chest, and you see there's a little glow as he casts Cure Wounds on himself.
Okay. Do you feel better? I can help you.
Why Beyond 20 isn't working?
I know my shit's fucking broke too.
I'm
mine's
fine.
working
It's
fine.
fine. Liv was not comfortable. I didn't care for that.
You know, I'm not gonna lie to you. It felt fine for me. I don't like that I did it to you,
Yeah, it
but
looks
you
like
know
it
how
felt great for
experimentation
you.
is. I know. I'm not gonna lie. I got a little shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like the blood was flowing, and I was ready. But then I seen that you was in pain, and then I was like, "Well, that's okay, I guess, as long as you didn't seem to mind." So we's hear about it. Do you think we should go get food for Stoat?
I was about to say,
Yes.
yeah, probably.
Where did you say that gentleman was, so I can park Villas over there, keep an eye out?
Raina will point exactly where she saw him. See that lantern out there? She's like right in front of it.
He was standing in the light.
For a second, and then I looked, blinked, and he was gone.
That's an odd place for you to stand if he's wearing all black.
Yeah,
But I guess if you got fire eyes, it don't really matter.
exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna float Velis into the space where the fire is. And just let him hang out there. In the lantern. Is that okay, Grim?
Thinking. You could definitely do that.
What are we thinking about, Grim?
Yeah, you guys are going to go get food?
hmm
Is it
We're going to
over
attempt
300
to get
feet
food.
away?
No, it's not the issue.
I think he's trying to figure out if we can get food.
No, you guys can get
It's late.
food. You guys are going to get like there's not really going to be anything. If anything, you're going to raid the pantry and get whatever's in there. There's no like dinner. You'd have to go into where the snack cupboard is. Yeah.
We don't need dinner. We just need
Like a bag of chips.
like a cured meat.
I already know exactly what I'm looking for. Tell me about the dried fruit situation.
Yeah, where's the jerky? Also, can we make this a buddy system thing instead of like all three of us go? Can one person stay at the tower with Stoat to keep her alive? Or just so she's not alone? That'd be cool. Can Raina stay at the tower?
Yeah,
Is she
she's there.
comfortable with that?
Yeah.
I mean, we do have Wilhelm too, but he just don't talk. Yeah, Raina should stay, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fine if you guys are just going into the pantry to get. Nothing
if I-
bad will happen.
Well, if I remember correctly, this is important. There is a walled guard situation around the Hall of Wonders.
Yeah.
There are people
Yeah.
on guard.
Yeah. 100%.
So, like, yeah, shit could happen, but we're still probably in one of the better situations than, you know.
So what happens is you send your book out there for a split
Yeah.
second. Your connection with it falters, and then instantly restored.
That doesn't feel right. That feels immediately wrong. That feels bad.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's just that. Oh, okay. Hey, no. So about this, there's a problem. I don't know what had happened, but somebody fucked with my book.
How? Just now?
Yeah. Oh, I don't. There's not an easy way to say this, but the book is just like part of me. Like I put enough energy into it that it now exists, but it's still just like an extension of me in a way, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it came to be, it wasn't like absolutely foreign. It felt right because it's always been there. It's just present now in like a physical way. It's fucking weird. It's magic. But the point is, it's always been like an on connection, right? Like it's always
It's just
been
always there. Yeah.
yeah, and it just shut off for a second. Like that. When it was super quick, but it's still not. That's not never
Normal.
happened before.
Yeah.
Can I? Is that like an Arcana check?
You can roll an Arcana check if you like. It's going to be hard for you to figure out what this is, but yeah.
I mean, Grim, just because it's hard doesn't mean I won't.
No,
try.
I'm just saying you can definitely try. I'm just saying.
Is the Kraken a 20?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, look on the other side.
It's my favorite thing about the Kraken dice is that they have their little logo as the 20.
It's a Kraken.
Yeah.
It's a nat 20.
If the
So
opposite
that's-
side is a 1, then yeah.
Like fucking 35 or some shit.
Yeah, the DC was 30, which is funny. So, you know that someone tried to dispel your book. But it's not a magical effect on it, it's a magical item. So that flicker was when someone, presumably with pretty powerful magic, tried to destroy your book, thinking it was an effect. Like a familiar.
This is. I'm gonna hurt myself with this.
Okay.
I'm almost positive it can be dispelled.
Nope, I already read it. It is a magical manifestation. It's not an effect. It is actually like an imbued magical item. This is what I was researching when I said, give me a moment.
Okay.
It's not treated as a familiar
No.
for dispelling purposes.
It
But
exactly.
this is what it says. The spectral mind stops manifesting. Oh. But then it's gone because I would have to re-manifest it tomorrow.
Yeah, but what it is the book is enchanted. You just have the effect that you can make it pop in and out. It is a book that has been enchanted with a part of your essence. It is not.
Okay, so got it. My physical book that I pop in and out and everything like that, still here, not destroyed, but the manifestation of its spectral form.
And that's the problem is
disappeared.
someone can take your book, throw it into a fire, and you have lost your book, right? Like if someone physically destroys your book, it's gone, right?
for a short period of time.
Yeah, but that's what I
Until I
mean.
rewrite it,
That's
yeah.
how they
Yeah.
they have to
It's
destroy it,
expired,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
an
exactly.
enchanted item. I this is what I was researching when I was like, yeah, you guys go get food. I gotta look up something right now. So that person someone tried to dispel your book, like how they would dispel a familiar, but it did not work that way.
Okay. And to be clear, there's nothing sitting out at that light anymore, though.
No.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like your
Yeah.
book was approaching, blipped out, and you lost that connection for a second. When it blipped back in, nothing was there.
Fuck. Okay. There's somebody hanging out there.
Yeah, fire ice, man.
Do we just go to fucking sleep and deal with him tomorrow? Like, we could just go talk to him. Maybe he's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that.
But I
Wanna
feel
leave
like if we
Stoat alone in the tower while we do that.
No, that's the problem. I feel
Yeah.
like Stoat's our stabby one.
Actually, while they were doing this, Stoat, what are you doing upstairs in your room of furs?
Stoat was crying. I think she's just sleeping at this point. That's sleepiness you get after a good cry.
Stoat, make me an intelligence saving throw. DC 15.
I think it's a -1. Yeah. 7.
Okay. We'll come back to that later.
Oh, very good. Let's go.
Let's just take what we can from the pantry, get the fuck back to the tower. We know it's defensible. It's all right. Kinda. I am fully aware that if somebody has like detect magic, this is just a beacon of fucking glowy 3 stories, right? Okay, that's fine. We're at the Hall of Wonders. It's normal to have a tower of magic here, maybe. Okay. Let's just go home. Let's hang out. We can talk about stuff inside, but at least that way we're together.
Okay.
And once again, you guys see guards wandering around all the time with the grounds. Like this is still a very well guarded place. You go grab your food. You find, rations, apples, just everyday food that you'd find in a pantry that they don't have locked up. You see 1 or 2 students are doing the same thing, late night snack, grabbing some food. See you all, kind of give you a nod and head back towards their rooms. Easy enough to grab whatever you want for a late night snack. That's, just standard trail mix type food, and make it back to your tower, no problem.
Are you saying Stoat said that you was being weird? Like she looked at you strange? Right.
She didn't say that I was being weird, but she just saw me and it was like she was scared. In reaction to seeing me, but not. I mean, obviously she was scared overall. Anyway, but
Okay. Well, I'll take her up some of this here food in the end. I mean, what do we need to do tonight? Is there anything else we need to kind of converse about? Or should we try to pack it in, get an early start to the day?
yeah, I'd like to go to sleep and see the
Cool.
daylight next time we go outside.
Could I?
Simon?
And I understand if the answer is no, but I have to ask. Could I take a look at that book, maybe?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll be down here
Yeah.
working. Good night.
Well, okay, hold on. I just didn't want to bury the lead. Right. This book full on, I don't know if you know this, but Church Neandrus has a staff that is super powerful, that dispels layers and layers of enchantment magics. It's a whole fucking thing. We had to put this book under an ordeal just to get it to a state that we could enter it. And we weren't necessarily supposed to do that in the first place. And then it just ate a man. And then we had to go into the book, and then it just kind of I can't let you open the book without us all being there in case it eats you.
Oh,
when we
I
gotta
wasn't
go into it.
going to open it. God, no. You open a magic book? Absolutely not.
And you all remember the book is no longer an open book. It is a
It
locked
changed, right?
book.
Yeah. It has a thing on the front of it, right?
Yep. Now it has the gems on the front of the book, and it has a large lock, like one of those little diary type of locks. But there is no locking mechanism on it. But it's almost like a iron band that is now shut on the book.
Can we come to like an understanding, right? I will set this book down in a place where you have access to it from like most sides, but you're not allowed to touch it with anything.
Fine.
Okay.
Just want to look at it. I don't.
Okay, but I mean this
out of the
sincerely.
question, and he'll like kind of bend down and take a closer look at it. Is there any way that I, a master of unlocking, could see this book opening through non-magical means at all?
You can roll me. Are you touching it?
No, absolutely not. He's been just told not to touch it.
Okay, you can roll me an investigation.
Simon's a good boy. He follows orders. The 26.
Okay, as you're looking around, it looks just like a pure iron band from the front now metallic cover to the back metallic cover, where there is no seam whatsoever on this band that keeps the book shut.
So looking at it, I couldn't, if I wanted to, open this book.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just don't touch it.
Okay?
Don't touch it. Like, not even like, don't get a stick that's attached to another stick that then is part of like another third stick that you touch it with. Just don't do it.
I won't touch the book.
Don't have Wilhelm touch it.
Okay, fine. Just leave it on the workbench so I can sit while I look at it.
Compton drops it just boom. Just on the table.
Like, and because there's two metallic covers, like front to back, it's just a boom as it hits the table now.
Thank you.
Simon, I hope you understand this is because I do like you. Like, this is a big deal. We went through so much to get this book. A lot happened. I got a good feeling about you. You seem like a real good guy. I hope you hang out with us. This is kind of like an olive branch of sorts. I just want you to stick around.
Yeah, and like
If
we
you
said,
disappear with this book, I'll set you on fire.
the
from
book
the
did
inside.
eat a guy, and then inside of the book, he got eaten by another book, which then exploded. So we don't want that to happen to you.
To be as fair as possible to this complete stranger, it seems to me that he got exploded, as you put it, because of you.
Sure, I don't care.
That's
It's his
neither
fault for
here
going
nor
into
there.
a
I'm just saying,
secondary book.
his death was no fault of his own, realistically.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the fault of the universe and the way that the forces of nature interact with each other. We're going to sleep. I hope you have a
People
wonderful
blow up all the time, whether
They
we're
do.
there or not.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, Simon. I'm going to, as I head upstairs, do I have this prepared? I think I do. I'm going to just pat Simon on the shoulder like I did the previous night. On the cuff of my thing. I'm gonna cast enhance ability.
All right. What are you doing in the enhancement of?
Intelligence again, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if it was intelligence last time or what did I do last time? Was it Dex? It was intelligence?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do intelligence
He
again.
also did say he didn't like it when you secretly cast spells on him.
I am also aware.
All right.
So don't ignore the dice roll. Oh, it didn't go through anyways. But yeah, so you have, what is that, Fox's Cunning?
Yeah.
Advantage on intelligence checks.
Thank you.
And then as we go upstairs, well, I guess before we do that, if Simon has anything too, because I don't want to.
No, nothing I have needs to be done with you guys downstairs.
So I just need to know, Simon, because they're going to disappear for the night.
He's touching the book.
He is touching the book. Okay, no problem. We'll get back to that.
He's not like fucking rubbing up on it. He wants to just see the other side that's on the table. That's it.
No,
So
fine,
You know
go
what I
ahead.
love about this is Compton gave you a trust thing. He said, I trust you.
It's 2 fingers on the very corner of the book, just flipping it.
Okay, no, that's
I
fine.
hate Simon so much right now.
That's
Before
what
we
he does. He just wants to get a full view of it.
Compton and Raina. You go upstairs, you see Stoat curled up by the fire. Would you cover yourself in like the furs, Stoat?
Yeah, and she wouldn't even do it consciously. It's just like warmth gathers.
The only thing Raina would definitely notice with her passive perception, this is the first time you've ever seen Stoat sweating.
I would go. I think if I noticed, I'd gently put a hand on her forehead. Is she hot? Is she like
No,
fevery?
she's still her cold self, but you see her kind of like, you know, like when someone's having like a bad dream, where their face kind of like twitches just slightly, and you see she has like this cold sweat that's running down her face. She had a rough night.
Yeah. It looks like she's still not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, no, I don't think she finna be. So I'm not gonna lie to you. I set this room up right originally because I was like, oh, Stoat will love it and she'll stay down here. And then I set the room up upstairs for us because I was like, hey, if Stoat loves it down here, then we can go upstairs and we can just have a night, right? Like a night. But then now I feel bad because Stoat needs us. So if you could do me a favor and just don't go upstairs and ruin a surprise that I had did, that'd be cool. And then we can just hang out with Stoat and I can just like be real sad about it, but then also feel better inside as like a better person.
Okay. I'd rather stay down with Stoat anyway.
Oh, well then, okay, I guess
Well,
that's fine.
for now, because she
No, it's
that
fine. I
sounds
get
like
it.
a wonderful thing, but she doesn't feel good.
That's what I was saying in the.
Yes, no, I'm agreeing
Compton
with
just
you.
takes his pants off. I'm going to sleep.
Just whips it out.
No, I didn't
I
say
know.
his underwear.
No, I know. I was joking. This was just me.
Look,
It's just like
I will
angry.
gladly pull my Compton wang out when needed, but it's not this time. This is my
Have
normal
fun.
pantsless sleepy time. Fine. Kicks his pants off. I guess just lay down. It's so fucking hot in here. My hard go of it.
It's really close to the fire, but I like it.
It's too hot. I know.
Can't
I'm
you open
telling
a
you right
window?
now. I'm gonna be tossing and turning. I'm gonna be doing that starfish thing. I'm just gonna be spread out. Things are gonna get stuck. I'm gonna be wake up. It's gonna be wet. I'm gonna have to roll. It's gonna be gross. This whole thing. Don't even have a bathtub.
I mean, the furs are absorbent.
I know, but then she's laying in it. It's okay.
I think we'll settle in, and then as we're falling asleep, I'll just give you some gusts.
Oh, cool. Like
Yeah.
with your hands though, right?
Yeah.
Like not the other
Yeah.
kind, because I don't.
Right. Until I fall asleep, you can have like a little fan.
Oh, I like that. That's nice. Okay. All right.
Does everybody settle down for the night?
Yeah.
All right. Raina, do you settle down for the night?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you focusing on in your mind palace as you meditate, Raina?
I think just going over the day, but trying not to think about the fire eyes man, because that freaked me out. But I think it's hard not to think about how upset Stoat was. Especially if she's like laying next to me.
All right. Compton, I need you to make me 2 wisdom saving throws.
2?
Are you up?
What have we become, Grim? What have I done to hurt you? What
Remember last time
I
though when you got like 5 points off or something?
Look, we don't just settle on our previous successes. We always strive for more success. I'm not gonna wallow in my 14 plus. Oh, I have a plus now.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, it's a 0. That's good
It's
stuff.
plus 0.
14.
It's plus 0.
Okay. And the second one?
Going for it right now. DM Daddy. 11. Is that a good one? Do we like an 11?
You're all good?
Okay. Ooh.
Now, to the other two. We're going to start with Simon.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear. Before I inevitably fall asleep on the desk, which is what I'm prone to do, the book is exactly back where Compton put it, exactly the way he put it.
Oh, no. We're
technically I
not
touched
getting
the book
even
twice.
to that point. You
Oh,
touched the
thank God.
book.
Did touch the book.
Oh, you haven't been able to flip it back over yet, man.
You
You
haven't
go.
even flipped the book.
You grab the book. And as you grasp onto it, turning it over just to 2 fingers, as you touch it, you feel this overwhelming sensation crawl up your arm, through your body, and up into your brain. And you hear this voice. You are not chosen. As you get shot back from the book across the room. And you take 2d10.
Grim just wants to kill somebody tonight.
13 points of bludgeoning damage as you get shot all the way across the tower and slam into the wall.
What? Would this have happened after we fell asleep?
Yeah.
Or, like, would we hear this crash?
He
No.
absolutely would have waited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are fast asleep at this point.
It's just like, what the fuck?
So
Make
was
me an
that-
intelligence check.
An intelligence check. Okay, so has enough time passed that enhance ability isn't up anymore?
I don't say they'd be up for another hour, so you're okay. You can, it wouldn't be gone.
Okay, beautiful. So thank God for that. Just flat intelligence?
Mhm.
Okay, so the numbers on the die are 13 and 14. That's 18.
18. As your like wits, you got rattled, right? But you're still a scientific person. So you look back, instinctually back to the book, and you see this almost shadow like dragon face peering out of the book and then slowly recedes back in.
Okay, I'm gonna dust myself off, hobble back to the bench because my cane didn't come with me. It was sitting off to the side because I wasn't about to be blasted across the room. The book hasn't been flipped. That happened immediately upon contact, right?
Mm-hmm. You see it's
Okay.
like shimmered, like shifted away because the blowback, you two were disconnected from each other.
Okay. Oh God, fuck! This is such a bad idea. Okay, so he's going to place his hand over that emblem with the gems on the front, not touching it.
Okay.
He's gonna close his eyes. He's gonna focus. And this is—I don't think it matters, but it's his flesh hand. It's the left one. He's just going to say out loud but quietly, so as hopefully not to rouse the people upstairs. Why did he write about you? And he's going to put his hand on the book.
Roll me a D100.
I'd rather not.
High or low?
You know the answer.
I got it to ask because sooner or
Tell
later
us-
someone might change.
I'm not going to be the one to break that tradition. That's on somebody else. Tie. Of course it's high. 83.
We pan out to the room. Disheveled. the furniture kind of out of place as you were blown across it. Simon hovels back over to the book. The intent is apparent, the drive pushing you forward. We zoom out to where the ceiling is, looking down upon Simon. You ask out towards the book and place your hand on the gem. And as your whole hand covers the symbol on the front of the book, Simon is gone.
I just wanted an answer. I didn't want to leave. It's so good. And Will,
I hope you see this. I hope you see this.
I see you.
Not you. Look, I know you do.
Get it. He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
Stoked.
I specifically said this book will eat people. We just want to be there with you if it does. Like, this is fine. Sorry.
My boy, he's just standing there by the bench. Oh no.
At least he brought the bag with him.
I still don't have my fucking cane.
Blow stuff up himself.
And as we see Simon disappear into the book, you see Wilhelm standing there at the desk at attention. And then the gears start to turn, as his default, unless he's told to go stationary, is to follow you. And he's slowly circling the room.
A sad dog.
Poor Wilhelm.
Stoat. It's a restless sleep. As you replay back forward, we go back to a time long ago. It seems like a lifetime at this point. You're in the darkness. Murder, screams, cries. You know what? I'm going to change the music right now. Let's set the scene correctly for this one. There we go. Should start playing. There we go. You're in the darkness. For days. You've lost track of time at this point. The screams of people passing. The tears of people trying to run and hide. As the calling is happening. You've had to do what you've had to done to survive. You've looked around, you haven't been able to find your friends, but it's pure darkness. Your senses, your keen hunter instincts have been keeping you alive at the best they can. But for you, it is still just pure darkness. And you feel a hand grasp your shoulder. You remember this moment, Stoat. We've had to talk about this memory. And your instinct of once you feel the hand on your shoulder, you turned around, and what did you do? Yep. Your dagger drove right into the assailant that you thought was out to attack you. And you remember, just because it happened again this evening, that of the stones starting to break apart as the opening to the yoke begins to reveal the light. And you see directly in front of you that elven figure with almost navy blue long hair. That whimsical, magical energy that always exuded around her. That young elf. She never was always too quiet. She always was too loud. Which sadly made this all the easier. As you see that face of shock, of sadness, of betrayal. As you see the life slowly starting to fade from her eyes as she drops down in front of you. The dagger of Vol falling from her grasp, and her other dagger of Crow falling from her other hand. And you can see now, as you recalled the memory, you see her mouth just for a moment as you focus. You don't remember this, but the memory has been jogging back into you and playing it through, and it's almost like a quick repeat over and over and over and over and over of that moment. You keep seeing the mouth go and go and go and go. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
You're gonna have advantage.
That was a 5 and a natural 20 for 27.
You see as she mouths, "We would leave together." The memory just keeps going, going, and going. And your blood starts to rise within you. That anger, that betrayal, the memories after one after another. Killing Bear out of revenge, taking the pact, fighting it down, and you feel those symptoms once again. The withdrawal. The act of fighting off the urges. You replay the memory of shunting the glass of the blood away again, and over and over and over. Those pains, those shakes that you had keep rushing through you, and you keep going through a cycle of your time within there. And at the end, when you're in that deepest, darkest place, you see the light once again. And you see Reyna. And you see Compton. And you're back in the yoke, and when the memory is about to replay of when you murdered Crow, this time the yoke starts to dissipate. The stones start to fall. But instead of just seeing that orc chief who put you through all of this, you see hands starting to reach from the hole out towards you. And Reyna and Compton are there, looking to pull you out of that dark place, back towards the light. And you wake up.
Did she see them nearby?
You see Reyna. Reyna, you were holding her, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see Reyna holding you. You see Compton without his pants, hot, sweating, uncomfortable, tossing and turning. But they're both there. They're always there.
So I'm imagining Rena and Stoat are kind of spooning right now. And Stoat would turn around to face you and look at your face. And just while you're sleeping, she would be whispering, "I'd never hurt you. I'd never hurt you. I'd never hurt you. I'd never hurt you." And then just buries her face into you.
Like, Reyna would instinctively hug you tight.
So when you wake up, the pendant, there's an extra heavy weight to it. You don't know if it's in your mind or if it's actually heavier. What do you do with it?
She would take it off and look at it. And again, still remembering what Craig said, like, you can't always judge people by their first glance. She would just pocket it into the, like, she's not wearing it anymore, but it's just going to be pocketed on her clothing.
Just so I can get in the mindset of Stoat correctly.
Okay.
When you're looking at it, right, are you trying to think that there is still an upside to it, that it can be something for good, or are you just thinking that you're past that, you're better than that?
It's not so much that she's thinking that there's anything good about this pendant. It's more so that it's just a reminder of Craig at this point. Like, it's reminding her, she's thinking more about Craig when she looks at it than she's thinking about that blood.
Perfect. Yep, just making sure. All right. What are you all doing?
Is it morning?
It is morning at this point.
Long resting first, because
Yeah.
I got these spell slots back, guys. Hey.
Do we all get long rest?
Yep, you all get a long rest.
Ground.
Why does it do that?
Well, except for
Hold on a
Simon.
second. Let's not speak for Simon.
Yeah,
guys.
I said sorry, except for Simon.
Oh.
Just checking.
Hey. Oh, okay. So I assume Raina's up first, but I'm also hoping that Compton, because Compton's generally an early riser. That's kind of his bag. He likes to get up and get the day started. But we've been staying up fucking late for no reason, and we actually went to bed at a decent hour last night. So I'm hoping like Compton wakes up and he's like, okay, cool.
You're actually
Is
up
it,
at like
like-
7 a.m. Like it's not
Hell yeah.
bad.
This is fine. This is much better than the fucking 10 a.m. the other day.
No, like I think it was noon. We got up at like noon.
Yeah,
I
it was
hate
like
that in real life.
11:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that so much, y'all. I think depending on, well, Raina would be up first, so
I'd be
I guess
awake
what's right-
first, but I would stick with Stoat till she woke up.
okay. Do you think Stoat would wake up before Compton? B?
My understanding, she's kind of trying to get out of a nightmare. So yeah, she's waking up as quick and fast as she can from that.
Okay, then I know what I'm doing, which is just sleeping still until they figure out what the fuck they're doing.
I think that when Stoat comes around up and I'm awake as well, it would be like I would look at her be like, "Are you okay?"
So can't really talk at this point, so she's just nodding. So she talks, she's gonna end up crying.
Yeah.
So she nods
She'll
too.
pat your back and your like, you know, your hair and your back and just say like, I mean, if you ever need to talk about anything, I'm always here for you. So
Stoat gives you a tight hug. She pulls herself in closer. I found Mole. Sorry.
you did. Is that how you ended up under the street?
Yeah. And he told me that whatever they were doing there, they're done, and that we should get out of the city.
Nothing. Like, what happened to you?
Well, Raina?
Yeah.
Well, I don't. There was a lot that happened yesterday. But just I want you to know. She's looking at you. She's looking you dead in the eye. I would never. As long as it's me, I would never hurt you.
Stoat, I know that, and she'll give you a hug again.
You remember Craig had that problem when he was great Craig?
Yeah, the chomping problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think Mole and those guys, they might have some similar problems, and I don't. I don't. Okay. I wouldn't.
Okay.
Never. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really hungry this morning.
But not for people.
No, just
Yeah.
really hungry.
Okay. Well, we got you some snacks
Oh.
last night, but you were sleeping. Here, and she'll sit up and gather the snacks that we got for you. And when we were looking for you yesterday, I found this dagger on the street, and I thought you might like it.
Oh my god. Rena, really?
Yeah. I cleaned it up for you. It was a little bloody, and I cleaned it up for you a little bit.
Stoat just goes blushing, like just straight blush. Wow. Wait, where did you find it?
It was just like along the path when we were looking for you.
Stoat takes a close look at this dagger. Is there anything weird about it? It's just a regular dagger.
This one here just seems to be a regular dagger, but you do notice, because you look for them, you see that there is a small symbol of a rat etched into the handle.
Bastard.
Is that what you're gonna name it?
Maybe they'll... Rat bastard.
That's a good one.
She puts it where she used to put Mole's dagger, which is now under her... close to her heart and under her armpit.
Well, eat as many snacks as you like. I'm gonna wake up Compton because it looks like he's gonna melt.
I don't... What do you mean? It's so nice in here.
I know, but he thinks it's really warm. And she'll go over to Compton and shake his shoulder.
Oh, wait, did you guys go to the night market?
No, not without you.
Oh,
Why?
I don't even remember falling asleep.
Yeah, we brought you right back home after, and then we got you some food, and then we came back.
She peers over at Compton.
Compton does that thing where he just like, you know how you like laying on your side and you just go, sit up.
Your hair is like all.
It's all fucked up.
Yeah.
My clothes are just stuck to me in that damp, folded fashion, and I fucking hate it here. And I scramble like to my feet, and I just kind of like arms on my sides, walk out of the room. I just fucking walk away to the stairs, and I go down, and I blink a couple of times, and I open my eyes. What do I see, Grim?
You see that the room
Not
is...
Simon.
You see that the room is disheveled. Like roll me first an investigation check.
29.
29. You see, like, at first you're like going crazy because it looks like this place has been like ransacked, but as you look out, the outskirts of the room are perfectly untouched. But you see that in a straight line from where the workbench is to the other side of the tower wall, all the furniture and like books and like everything that you had in the middle of the room have started to be like parted or flipped in a line. You see a little bit of like an indent in the wall, and you see Wilfrem still. You hear the gears at this point are starting like as they've been running all night non-stop. And like it's just, you can hear the chugging along as he hasn't had any maintenance. He hasn't been able to shut down. And just those gears are starting to grind as whatever oil may be lubricating to keep them moving constantly, starting to wear out. And the book is askew.
Simon's cane is also leaning up against the bench.
I just turned back around and head a couple of steps back upstairs.
I love it. I love that. Fuck, he's just like, fucking knew it. Fucking knew it.
Okay. So, y'all want to get some breakfast? Y'all hungry?
I'm
We,
really hungry.
Oh shit, you know what? We got a problem. I just thought about something we got to consider. First, I don't have coffee.
Well, doesn't Simon have that?
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting to that one. That's a different problem too.
Oh my god.
Second problem. Sinwell finna come around sometime this morning and dispel my tower. Teach these children a lesson that honestly they need to hear, but I'm surprised they didn't figure it out themselves. Now to dispel the tower, we gotta vacate it with all our shit, which generally is not a problem, except that Simon, this just upstanding young man full of promise and trustworthiness, I think he's in the book, which is always great. You think Yolanda will just let us in there to figure out the fuck's happening? Can we just... Y'all want to eat? We should just eat. Maybe we can get some coffee.
But if he's in the book and you dispel this tower, and if the shit disappears, what happens
No, the book would just fall straight to the ground. We can carry the book with us. They can't. It's not like that.
You promised you wouldn't touch it, though.
With a stick attached to a stick to another one. There was a whole series of like events that we said don't touch the book.
I know.
To this intelligent young man with the master of unlocking.
Okay. Let's go get some breakfast.
You know,
Bring the book.
there was a time my pa, he once told me, he was like, sometimes the best way for kids to learn not to touch the stove is to let them touch the stove, right? Because then they're like, ow, shit.
Yeah.
But at this point, I thought maybe he had done touched the stove in his life. I mean, have you seen the metal hand? I thought maybe.
Something, yeah.
But then,
It definitely touched a wolf, I guess.
do you think I might be able to just talk to you, Lyndall?
Yeah, we might be able to.
Do you want me to try?
Do you want to get coffee first?
Okay, here's the fucked up part. Yes, but
I
at the
know you
same
do.
time,
Yeah.
the thing about it is Wilhelm sounds a sight, and I know that sights aren't sounds, but you understand what I mean. It seems like he's been running like this for a hot minute. He's circling around like a lost puppy, and it's sad looking, but also sounds like he's falling apart on the inside.
Okay.
And the thing about that is it means he's been gone a hot minute, so I don't know if we want to just like wait more. I want to wait more, but I'm trying to be a better person.
Yeah, let's see if we can get in touch with Yolanda.
All right. Compton will slide his pants on begrudgingly. Only because if you're going to talk to a shadow dragon, you probably should wear pants.
Well, you were probably going to have to put them on anyway if we were going to go out to get coffee.
Oh, I don't care about that. That's lucky for them. Okay.
Yeah.
And then Compton's just going to trudge back down the stairwell. And whatever loop that Wilhelm's on, he's just going to wait so he can just walk through without fucking getting bumped into by this thing. As I approach the bench, Simon's cane's there.
Yep.
I'm going to pick it up.
All right.
Wilhelm, can you stop walking?
Keeps going around.
Wilhelm, I love you.
Keeps going around.
I thought the cane might have something to do with it. It don't. It's nice and heavy, though. I mean, like, it seems like it's good. I just start swinging it.
You swing it once. You swing it twice. You swing it 3 times. And on the 4th, when you swing it again, it turns into a sword.
Wow.
The rapier that is produced by the cane is a blackened steel. So it looks aesthetically incredibly similar to the cane. So the blade is a blackened steel, and the like hand guard and pommel are that same brass as the pommel of the cane.
Let me see that.
I mean, here, you can touch it. I'm just kind of like,
I'm going to wave it around.
be careful. Dude, it might turn into an umbrella next. You never know.
Well, I want to find out.
Oh my God, why is it that everybody has so much happening with them? Okay, this is fine. Also, Stoke, good morning. I'm glad to see you're up. I'm going to place my hand on the book.
Okay.
Just gonna touch it.
As you touch it, your gem on your hand and the gem on the book that matches yours glows.
I'm gonna try to speak to the book. Like, hey, Elendil, sir, friend, not teacher of sorts. Hello, you there?
You hear no response.
I take my hand off the book and I turn back to the group. Okay, so here's yeah. I'm gonna try a series of things that might get us sucked into the book. I think before we do that, let's pack up all our shit and step outside. That way, in the event, fuck, what's gonna happen to Wilhelm? We all disappear.
Well, maybe if he saw Simon go into the book, maybe he's circling the book, and when we take it away, he'll follow us.
No, I know. That's okay. Yeah, that's nice. But what I'm talking about is if we go into the book to get Simon, what happens to
I
Wilhelm?
assume he'll continue to circle the book. So perhaps we should do this up in the dormitory that they gave us.
Let's test this theory. I'm gonna open the front door with the book in hand. But I'm gonna tuck it because I don't need people looking at this fucking book. So I'll tuck it up under my arm, right?
I assumed you were gonna hide it.
Thank you. And I walk outside. Does Wilhelm follow me? Fantastic. Are there people outside?
There are. This was the early morning class, and you know it's going to start in about an hour. So
okay, great. Okay, I said back to Stoughton right now. Hey, we need to collect all of our shit because it's gonna be gone.
Yep.
And then I look to the nearest kid, be like, you.
Yes, sir. My name is Barthel.
Barthel,
yes.
I like that. That's a nice name. Where are you from, kid?
Well, I am from just a little on yonder, about 3 days travel outside. My mom and dad run a very nice general store, and they're helping me pursue my love of magic.
I love that. That's wonderful. I come from humble beginnings too. Hey, so general store, you said you're aware of certain. What do you know about Stillwater boots?
Stillwater boots. I know that they are made of very light weather because it is light leather because it's quite a damp area, very low below the line of water.
Yep. You know where to get some here.
It's right now because of the festival that's going on. There's probably a couple merchants who may come down from Stillwater. If you spend enough time, you'd probably be able to find someone.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Can you do me a favor? When Master Sinwell comes through here to do his class, we have an urgent thing we have to take care of. My group and I. We are going to the dormitory. He is more than welcome to come look for us there if he needs to. It's and if you need to relay this information, this is specifically in regards to our work with Mr. Durant Fan. Okay, so it just kind of is what it is. The tower is available for him to do what he needs to do. I just will not be present, possibly.
Oh, when he arrives for the lesson, I will let him know. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. And then I just wait for. Oh, yeah. While waiting for the girls to finish whatever they have to do inside, I'm going to try to resummon Velis.
Easy enough. Like I said, it was only that split moment where like that little connection was lost.
Okay, so I will resummon Velis, and he's just going to hang out with me.
Stoughton, Rena?
I didn't really unpack anything last night, so I'm just gonna grab my pack and hoots. Head out.
So did the Macarena make sure she has all her daggers, and then she's grabbing some furs to test if they're actually going to disappear or not.
If furs, as you grab one, walk out, it just evaporates, kind of like Thanos snap.
Oh man!
I try to tell you. I mean, at some point, will somebody just believe me when I say don't touch a book? The fur's gonna disappear.
But you're the one
Why
that
haven't-
said we have to test it.
I told you how this one worked, though. Okay, that's fine.
All right.
I think I'm starting to understand. I got a face that can't be trusted.
That's good. I like that.
Really like, oh, Compton, that was the best tower you've made yet.
Yeah.
But it's so good.
It was so hot, stoked. I hope you understand the sacrifice I made to make you comfortable and feel loved. Let's go find our friend, because I'm having this morning sucks.
Yeah. And while we're walking, Stoat's gonna start telling you guys about her adventures yesterday. So, like, you know the creep? Yeah, you know that guy? Followed
Yeah.
him. He was talking to this guy, had like traps and shit on him, and I just, he keeps gonna come back. You know what he said? He said he was gonna cut you guys up, make you talk.
Me?
Well, that
So I
would not
stabbed him in the heart.
Oh,
Okay.
so what I like about that is that you killed a man. Did you hide the body?
No, because he called for the guards. So I got
Okay.
on. I got on the roofs again, and I got away.
You got on the
Fine.
fucking roofs again. Okay, we gotta.
Question: are you guys leaving the grounds?
No,
No, I
we're
think
going to
we're
the
just-
dormitories.
Okay,
Yeah,
just
we're
making sure.
gonna go-
Yeah.
Get some coffee and then head to the dorms.
But yeah, and then I saw a fox because I was
In the city.
I might have. She's looking at Compton, and Compton has said like you're not allowed going to Low Shore by yourself, and she's just kind of remembering that right now. She's like, yeah. Anyway, he brought me to the fox and the hound, and then they wanted to do this stupid thing where we drink blood, and it was really annoying. And they said that remember when they were going on the hunt, we saw them go after the troll tracks, or like the ogre tracks, whatever the heck that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they're going to be doing some kind of ritual with the parts. But it
Did
was
they
fun.
get 'em?
No, you should have seen it. Oh my god, Rat was like absolutely.
Well, yeah, I
just-
saw him beat up.
Yeah.
Compton's listening to the story, but he's doing what I would do in real life, which is only hearing the excitement in you retelling the story, which tells me that you're not learning a lesson from the situation. And I'm really having a hard time to cope with what's happening, because I'm like, oh, cool. This was fun for you after the fact. I love this. This is nice. This means
You
we're gonna
almost
do
got
this again,
murked,
huh?
and you're okay.
This is fun. This is great. Okay, yeah.
But yeah, and then that's when bad things kind of started to happen after that. But then you guys
Yeah,
found me, and that was
after
really
they
good.
tried to make you drink blood, that's when
Yeah.
the bad things started.
We're ignoring the fact that you went on one with the spy man and had to stab him in the heart, and then run away from multiple armed guards on the rooftops of
Well, that seemed
where
to
the
go
fuck we
fine.
at, Shaw
Compton.
Garden,
What? That's what
while being
It's-
shot at.
you told me to do it.
I told you to follow him. You asked if you should, and I said yeah. I didn't say stab a man in the heart and leave him to bleed. Like, you could. I don't. It's
Yeah, but
fine.
he-
Look, I ain't mad at you, kid. I'm just starting to wonder if like this. We gotta have a buddy system. We can't be doing this shit alone no more. Also, just know more of that. This fox fellow looked fine, and his little brother looked fucked up. You said after fighting a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rat's dumb.
Yeah.
He's a dumb
Wait,
man.
is that why you named your dagger Rat Bastard?
It was Rat's dagger. He threw it at me.
The bastard
Oh.
throwing daggers at
Okay.
me.
Yeah, and he's dumb. He keeps following his brother, even though his brother's getting him into trouble. And
His
I don't even
brother's
think he
clearly
wants to
using
do it.
him to get hit in the face, but that's fine.
Exactly.
We at the dorm. I can't, like, you're giving me anxiety, and we got to fix Simon.
So
Yeah,
as
But anyways, we don't have that guy following us anymore. I should be fine.
That
Yeah, we just got other guys following us.
Oh yeah,
We
there's
saw some Fire Eyes Man. I saw a Fire Eyes Man last night.
So, you all arrive at the dormitory thinking about what you need to do.
Mhm.
We are going to jump over to someone. Simon.
Simon.
Simon,
Oh,
Simon,
Simon.
Simon, Simon. You find yourself within a study. Craig knows this study. Simon, you
I was
don't.
going to ask, is this study familiar to me, Splendor?
It is. It is 100% very familiar. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a series of rolls. Simon's a smart guy. So you can either choose Arcana or Investigation for these tests.
It's investigation, 100%.
Are you going to be, and you can tell me things you want to try. Because you remember the layout of the room. So I will tell you, like, you see the study. You see the fireplace with the ornate painting. You see only one chair now. You see a mirror. Well, no, mirror's gone too. You see no mirror, but you do see bookshelves all along the walls. No, sorry, yes. Everything would be repeat the same. You see the mirror. You see the chairs. You see the fireplace. You see the picture.
Okay,
Is there still a pipe?
It's a question.
Yeah,
for me,
everything is, the
Splendor.
room is right back to normal. The normal.
Okay, so there aren't
100%.
like scorch marks
No,
or anything. on the ground.
100%
Okay.
back to normal. It's like it's been reset. You don't know this, but this is what you see.
Okay, so understanding in his core, one, that he has fucked up considerably, and two, that this is magic.
Yep.
He's going to cast Detect Magic and just do a perimeter sweep.
Okay, so you can either roll Investigation or Arcana, and you're going to get +5 on this because you're doing Detect Magic.
It's investigation, so it's gonna
Okay.
be. I get a +5, right? So it's +15 altogether.
Then you okay, unless you roll a 2 or lower, you're going to get this.
Okay, well, that's a 12, so
There
12
you go.
plus 15.
Yep. So you pick up like the painting, the way they all are. I will repeat it because you might get it wrong. So you see a painting.
It's a human, the elf, the gnome, and then the dwarf.
Yep.
I remember that vividly.
Do you remember what they're all holding?
I remember the schools associated to them.
Yeah. You see that the male in the foreground is holding a watch. The female is holding a shadowy orb, and she's to the left. You see that there's a gnome with like a greenish, blackish, a greenish orb on the right, and behind them you see that there is a large war pick. And then you'll figure out all the puzzles in this room. You could either, you're not going to go through that. We'll just say you go through the door. You're not going to go through the book. The book is a whole adventure.
Absolutely not. He's also like very leery of any books in this place because it was explicitly mentioned that another book inside of this book ate a guy.
Yeah, so you'll
You
know
already got ate once, don't want to get ate again.
you did the detect magic. You'll avoid the conjuration book, but you do see the book that has the riddle in it. You do the riddle because you roll tie. You go through the next one. Roll me either investigation or Arcana. And are you going to use another thing to detect magic, or are you just pushing through?
So how long did it take me to get through?
Your first
that?
one got burned out.
Okay, so I think that he's going to walk the hall for a bit.
Mhm.
In fact, since I know what this is, I will say he probably walks the hall for a full loop.
Oh shit! Do you try? Okay.
Well, I think he just goes forward and doesn't realize like something has happened.
Okay. Roll me dexterity saving throw then.
Not very dexterous. That's a 15 plus 2, 17.
17. You see that out of the hallway. There's a gem above the door at the end of the hallway. Fire just keeps shooting out firebolts one after another at you as you try and traverse the hallway. You're dodging them out of the way though, but you keep going. You're getting nowhere.
I'm running the fuck away from that.
Okay.
That's bad. Leave.
Mhm. All right.
And that would bring me back to the door, correct?
Yep. And then you come back and you come to the center room.
Spectacular. Here is detect magic because these big statues are very scary.
Yep. Roll me investigation arcana +5. DC 17.
It's another 12 plus 15.
There you go. You figured out the puzzle. You do the 1, 2, 3, 4, one after another, because as long as you do it one after another, you're okay. You don't have to do them all at the same time. You see the stairwell? You go down. Now, here is where Simon's probably going to have a problem. You
This
go
is
through
bad,
there,
yeah.
you see the double doors, you push those open, that's no problem. Roll me a perception check.
I'm not perceptive.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm not perceptive, so it's not surprising to me that the result is a 10.
Okay. What would Simon do then in this scenario? Because it doesn't see the painting.
Yeah, so I think in this case, he has started to like understand, get that conception in his head of like, this place is full of puzzles. There's something to this, but I don't know what it is.
Okay.
He doesn't have his cane. Fuck.
Nope. He's slow. So make me a dexterity saving throw.
It's an 18 plus 2 for dirty 20.
Nope, you dodge out of the way. You can make me another perception roll.
The 13 plus 2, 15.
15. Still don't see it. Roll me another dexterity saving throw.
That's a 7 plus 2. That's a 9.
9. You take 4 points of damage as you get shot to the roof. Make me another wisdom save perception. This one here, now since you know you're probably looking for something, make this with advantage.
That's a 17 plus 2, baby.
There you go. You see the painting. Yeah. So if you want to figure out a way to touch it, you can roll me your investigation arcana.
Oh, I know how he's going to touch it. Okay, so this is an oft overlooked feature of the artificer called magical tinkering, which I can create little trinkets that do little bits and bobs. The rock that Stowe still has is one of those products.
Okay.
So he will create another little rock that, just for the purposes of adhering to the feature, emits light again, and he will just like chuck it at the painting.
Okay.
And also, I think that his thought process is like, oh, the painting is clearly a portal. I have to get to the painting, but if I throw this rock and see that it goes through it, I know that that's what I have to do.
All right. You touch it. Make me a dex because you hobble. You're slow.
He's so slow. It's an 11.
It's 11. You are like, the painting is rotating, and where all of you made it through, like, no problem. Simon's probably about 2/3 through this hallway. We're going to roll another d10. Falls from the ceiling, gets hit by one of the things, gets shot forward, takes 4 plus another d10 because you'd hit that, and then you take 9 points of damage total as you're like, bing, bing, poof, shot through the door. Like a pinball.
Jesus Christ. I'm half dead.
All right. You see the big door. Would you rest?
I think he would stop to catch his breath, but
Okay.
he's like not a full rest, certainly.
Sure, rest, no problem.
Fuck, I need to roll some hit die. This is bad.
You go through the last hallway. I know your intentions are pure, right? But what are your thoughts?
So hilariously, I think his thoughts are very similar to Crag's.
Yeah. Okay.
In like, I want to get out of this place because it feels bad being here, but like I need to achieve this goal. I need this done. So he's pushing through his own discomfort to do this.
Okay. And you come to the large gates and you push. Are you going through them?
If there is no other perceivable way forward, yes.
You push through. You hear the shimmering and skulking of things around. What does he do?
So it sounds like the footsteps of something, right?
Yep. And you hear a voice off in the distance, the same as before, asking you those questions as you push through, and the voice kind of laughing, snickering in the darkness.
Did it sound like the voice you heard when he touched the book?
Yep, 100%.
Then he will call out to the darkness. So are you one of them?
Step forward and find out.
Well, I've come this far. Guess he'd be just as proud of me if I died here, so oh well. He will draw the sword and step forward. Because what do you do to a dragon? You slay it. He's gonna get his ass whooped if he tries to fight this guy.
Now, what is Simon doing? Is Simon trying to fight this, or Simon doing something else?
So him drawing the sword is a display of like,
Yeah.
I am prepared to defend myself, but every fiber of his being would really rather not. So he's looking for another way out of this immediately.
Okay. We're gonna do this just as it's a combat.
God, this is the one I want to say that I was really fucking worried about. I hate this rope.
Simon, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, Constitution, I'm kind of good at that. It's 23.
You're gonna take half damage on this. You take half of 27, so you're only going to take 13 points of damage right off the bat.
Sick.
Roll me a perception check.
It's a 21.
You see that there are unfinished runes on the ground by one of the pillars.
Okay, so for the
That
sake
was
of
your
ease,
turn.
Well, but I'm just asking for the sake of ease, because I don't have a magical pen that I can just make. Can he just have his chisel with him?
Yeah, that's fine.
Beautiful. That's fine.
I got a 6. I get to do it
I
again.
can't fucking believe
I get to do it again.
this is
Bam.
it, boys.
Can I interrupt for just a quick moment to let you viewers at home know this is why we're so pleased that you guys get to see Grim on camera. It's this moment specifically.
And
I
like-
want you at home to just look at that face. Do you see the glee? Do you see this man? Do you see that smile just spreading ear to ear? We had to share it with you. That's all.
I want to be clear. I am suffering in a considerable fashion. I'm so happy Grim gets to experience this stuff.
You see as all of a sudden the voice is like and that big breath, like the first one comes in, you're like, there's no way this can happen again. Right after, again, this giant swirl of shadow slams into you from the opposite side. Just as you take another make me another Constitution saving throw, DC 15.
It's a 13 plus 5 for 18.
You take 22 shadow damage as it just envelops you, and you're just like, oh, the first one you've like fought back against, the second one just smearing you against the wall. Are you down?
No.
What are you trying to do now? You
He's
see these
gonna-
unfinished runes?
Gonna drag himself to the nearest pillar. Like, it's... And this wouldn't come as a surprise to anybody who knows Simon. There is a determination on face. This shadow beast that he has not even seen is nothing. It's a cat waving its tail in his face. He has a job to do. So he's gonna go inspect the runes.
Make me an Arcana check on this one.
It's an 11 plus 7 for 18.
You figure out that this one is an evocation and illusion on this one, and you're gonna have to somehow finish off these runes.
Do I have
Because
the
just like
opportunity
just
to do
like
that?
with Compton, you are going to be able to finish them, but you have to still wait till next turn to use it.
Okay, that's fine.
Come on, D6. Oh. All right. So you rolled, and you hear like this, like everything going in. You're solely focused on these runes, but you hear the shadows coming in, and all of a sudden you're running towards you, and you feel this tail like swing into you for an 18.
It's
For 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you're rocketed into the air, and a bite comes in for 11
does not hit.
as it snaps into the air and you land onto the ground. What are you doing?
It's still within reach of the.
Yep.
Okay, so he's gonna finish it. He's going to pump a cure wounds into it. The evocation.
And as you do, just like before, this giant of fire just erupts, and now you see the shadow creature just like as the flames just dissipate onto it, but it's fine. Do you keep moving through the room?
He has to.
Roll me a d4. If as long as you don't get a 1, you'll find another pillar.
So the fun feature of the set of dice I have for Simon is that I don't know where the D4 is, so I have to do it in a robot.
You find another one. Let's roll a d6. You would move over, you use your action to get that. D6. 3. Ah. All right. You hear the as you find another pillar. This thing is not going to let up. 24 and 27. Tail swings up for 13 points of damage.
He's unconscious.
And then snaps at you for 18 points of damage.
That's 2 death failures, isn't it? For the first one knocked me out.
Make me a death saving throw.
Okay. So what is this? This is
your D10.
Okay. It's just straight D20. I just have to get an 11. And do you want me to announce what the result is, or do you want me to?
Yeah, announce it.
Okay. I'm going to use the big one. We use the big one for these. Shout out to Kraken for giving big dice. I want to send my shout out to Kraken. That is a 5.
Good doof. Good doof. Good doof. You hear your heartbeat slowing down more and more and more. And you see the shadows start to dissipate from the room. The dragon slowly starting to shift and form into a humanoid. Your vision, turn the music off. Let's turn on this other music. Your vision starts to blur and shift, almost like a dream as you're fading away, your heartbeat slowing down. You see this horned individual, pure dark skin, pure black eyes, in a very well-tailored suit. His limbs elongated to the point where they don't make sense. He stands over your body, crouches down and looks you directly in the face. I told you. You were unworthy. Reaches up a fist, wham, and punches you directly in the face. And as he does, Compton, Reyna, Stoat, you see as Simon's body gets shunted out of the book in front of you.
Oh shit.
I imagine that we're sitting around a table drinking coffee at this point.
I stand up and I walk over to him, like his cane under my arm, and I reach my hand out to. He's on the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna reach my hand out to him.
He's cold. Do you touch him or are you just reaching out?
He's still unconscious.
Yep.
I do want to say, Grim, if that is, if Wilhelm isn't moving anymore.
God damn it, this motherfucker! Can somebody, Reyna, can you see him?
Yeah, I'll run up to him and I'll cast Cure Wounds.
And as Reyna, as soon as you run up and you actually touch him, like with physical contact.
Oh, okay.
And you hear Yolindel's voice, like a little black gem, kind of comes up and says, "Unworthy," and shatters.
So good to know. I'm gonna reach my hand out to him.
Does he still look fucked up? Or
he looks wrecked. He looks wrecked. Tattered clothes, chewed up, beaten down, absolutely wrecked.
So I'll still cast Cure Wounds on him. So that's 10.
Yep.
10 points, and so ignore that one. It was 10. I did real dice. And then, so I think for Simon, as you're like coming out of it, it just feels like you're being pulled through like a bucket of ice water.
And with that, with the healing coming through,
I gotta do one thing. It's so important.
one thing. Yep.
One thing. I'm gonna reach my hand out to help you up and be like, oh, hey, you're here.
Simon will very slowly, it's a labored motion. He will get to his feet himself.
And
So
with
here's
that,
the thing. As he starts to stand up, if he doesn't take my hand, I'm gonna punch him in the fucking face.
do you
As
take his
he's
hand?
getting off the ground. Whether he takes my hand or not, Compton's
Okay.
gonna punch him in his face.
Okay. So as you try and stand up, do you take his hand or no, Simon?
No.
As he tries to stand up, Compton, wham! Very reminiscent of what happened with the Elendal. And we will end the session there.
That's good. That feels good to just like let that linger for a week. That's yeah. Delightful. I'm so pleased with the turn of events here. Oh man.
Splendor, the silence is deafening.
I wouldn't have had it any other way. I had every expectation that that is exactly how that would go. Simon is smart enough to get through that entire hall with very little trouble. That last room fucks him because he's a little baby.
He's alone in a big bad world.
Yep. So
He's a tiny weak bitch. He can't fight.
now, players, I'm going to say this right now. When the recording comes, you stop it here. It's going to be a stop. Okay? Right?
Okay.
So when you watch the YouTube video, we stop here. All right? We understand?
Yeah.
We good? Everybody understand? We're going to stop here?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to mute myself right now. You guys
What?
talk amongst yourselves.
What?
All right?
So what he's doing, guys, is
We're
he's gonna
back.
tell everybody else stuff in the world.
Yeah.
So I'm going to mute
Deafen
them.
us too, so you don't hear
Yeah.
us, Grim, or else it's
Yeah.
gonna be a nightmare. Because I'm saying dick a lot. Dick, so much dick. Big old
Which
penis.
dick?
1 second. Where do I...
Correct.
Johnson.
Give me a
Towering.
second. There, done. Okay. Hi, everybody. So, what we're going to do is, because I can't play my music through this, I'm going to have conversation with you, the viewers. We view out into the landscape of Shaw Garden, the bustling city, the world all around us. The group has, though they are just a small aspect of this giant city, they have made waves throughout it. We see the group of individuals, the one of bear, of rat, of fox, and another individual, a female, of raven black hair and elegant robe, all loading crates onto a boat. We see a small gnomish man coming up the plank as they all settle in with these heavy, large barrels as they pull the tarp over, setting out late at night on the open sea, heading out of the city of Shaw Garden. We see individuals in robes with these purely covering masks and these shifting red eyes, all sitting around a table with an orb in the center. And in the center of the orb, we see Compton, Raina, Stoat, and an unconscious Simon in a dormitory. We see gang members rebuilding an inn. Rough drawings that may somewhat resemble our party, but are by no means completely defined, blurry, not matching the definition off, but on alert. And last but not least, we see a new wanted poster coming up on the board of the Rainbow Bandit. now defined as a female of shorter stature, many cloaks, nimble and squat, with a bounty of 1,000 gold pieces. Viewers, we end the session there. Thank you so much for week after week coming and watching everybody come on a wonderful adventure. I appreciate it. I love it. It means so much to me to be able to share this with everybody, all of you. I put my heart and soul in these campaigns and try and make things for all these players that they will enjoy. Being able to share it with all of you as we have our fun means the world to me. And thank you for always coming, seeing these adventures. And I do have to say, I am indeed a monster. We'll bring back in the players before we say goodnight to all of you wonderful people.
Any of that symbolry.
Would you all
No.
like to say goodnight?
Oh, good night, everybody.
Thanks for coming around.
Thanks
Sweet
for watching
dreams.
Almost die.
Hey, real quick, can I, to all of you folks playing in Grimm's Monday night game that I can see over here in chat going like, oh my God, I think I made a mistake. Sack the fuck up. Let a PC die. You put yourself in a situation, all right? You're gonna be fine. And if you're not, get a new PC. If your character is immortal, where's the fun? The danger's
Make
where the
yourself
fun's
a
at.
second PC that's called For When Grim Kills.
Yeah,
Compton.
I have a character sheet that's titled For When Grim Kills Compton, and it's a paladin. Just be prepared to lose, guys. That's what makes
Have a
it
twin
great.
in your backstory.
I have a third backup character just ready to go. I was pulling up his fucking information during that last fight.
Yep. The only thing that saved Simon was the question he asked when he went into the book. That was the only reason he got out of there alive. Only reason.
For some reason, I was so sure that the reveal was going to be if you die in the book, you don't die in real life, which is cool. But man, that's alarming to hear.
No. If you didn't ask that question and it didn't know your intention of why you were going into the book, you would have been dead, disappeared.
Hell yeah, love that.
Yeah, I can let you know
like
why that
our
occurred.
book protects itself.
Yeah.
It's very important to know that. But that's all I wanted to say, guys. You're gonna have a great time. Look forward to it. It like embrace the fact that death is real because it is what's going to make the victories feel better.
Yep.
I look forward
Allow
to
the
listening.
losses.
Because
Yeah,
I do
it's
need to
gonna be
say
awesome.
this. The only reason Stoat was saved, was because B, the player, pulled out a fucking maneuver that I did not plan for whatsoever. And I was like, well done. Well done. Well done. I put you in a kill box and you wiggled yourself out of it.
That's hella cool.
So, which honestly, I think that just makes the victories even more cool.
I think so too.
It is. It's and the fact that you love
I've
your character's
definitely
good.
done that as a DM before. Is like, oh, these idiots are gonna die today, and then they do something fun, and you're like, okay, one
So-
more session.
I'll let you live a little while longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's good night from me, guys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
good
night, everybody.
night.
Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Bye. See you all next week.
Bye.